And welcome back again to another episode of ThoughtRiotPodcast, your favorite true crime and criminal culture talk show.
I feel like you come up with a new description every time and then look at me to see if I approve.
I do. Absolutely.
Okay, good. I'm glad I'm picking up the vibe you're putting down.
Yep. What about the other 500 people out there that clap for our intro? Good? Good. All right. Well, this is the only place that you're going to be able to hear anything and everything crime. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
But our entire Thought Riot podcast axiom is we are committing to bringing you honest, intelligent, unscripted, and interesting conversation, bringing information we get and following it to wherever it leads, holding nothing back and sharing brutal honesty the entire time. We censor nothing.
And talk about everything.
Bam. Yes. That's what I like to hear. So you want to hear something funny? Totally off topic. So, not last week, the week before, the week that we're just now posting the videos for, I wore my glasses that I have to read. I don't know if you guys know that, but I have these glasses that I have to read because I have a fake lens in one of my eyes. So, like, one of them is a corrective lens. The other one's just there for show. But in one of the thumbnail pictures, I'm pulling down my glasses, like, a little bit, like this, you know? And someone left a comment super angry and was like, I loved your show, and now it's so obvious based on that picture that you're Illuminati or Freemason. I am never watching your show again. You lost a viewer forever. I can't believe that. After that, I also got an email, and what's even more interesting is we had a drop of like 10 subscribers all at the same time. Weird, right? Super strange. So, I guess I am now a Freemason and in the Illuminati because all it takes is a slant, like a pull-down glass move, and you're in, baby. That's it. Funny, right?
It's funny, but
I was dying.
It's kind of brain broken a little bit.
It's like, over the top.
It's extremely over the top. I mean, are pirates Illuminati?
I have no idea, but I just thought it was funny. I was like, oh, okay, wow. That's interesting. So anybody that pulls their glasses down in like a I'm staring at you type look is Illuminati.
That's like, it reminds me of like sexy librarian.
Yeah, absolutely. I would much rather go with that than Illuminati. I am a sexy librarian.
There you
Get
go.
that right.
Yep.
Absolutely. Well,
yeah, that's wild and funny, but yeah, I guess we get to claim Mom's basement and Illuminati at the same time.
Yes, I am Freemason, Illuminati, and my evil lair is in my mom's basement, who is a cat lady and supported by my sister, and we are working to conquer the world, one criminal profile at a time.
Yep.
Yes, that is it.
There you go.
So, welcome to the show, everybody. My name is Brendan.
And I am Malia.
Yes, and we need to get our intro down because we had a couple viewers that had mentioned to us, like, they're watching our clipped up VODs because I feel like we have a good amount of viewers that wait for the long podcast to come out, you know, the 3 to 4 hour one that we're doing right now. And then we have some that only watch the clipped up versions, which all of it's okay. Some people only come on the live. Like, we create the content for everybody out there. But a couple people have mentioned that we need to have an intro on our shorter videos telling people who we are. So, like, if our video gets pushed out there in
it's because
related,
you don't advertise them as podcast clips. That's why.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying is that we need to make an intro to put on those clips.
as a podcast clip.
No, not advertising the podcast. You're never going to get a bunch of marketing and advertising for a 3 or 4 hour show. That's just not how YouTube works. YouTube works best based on the analytics at like 10 to 20 minute clips, and for whatever reason that like those get way more views, and I think there's a reason for that. But we need to create our intro clip that's like, 5 to 10 seconds long, just saying my name, your name, a breakdown of the show, and maybe some background music. But I think it's a good idea.
Or make it more like an edit, like Annie Elise. Like, it shows pictures of us, a little intro music.
Yeah, I mean, I'm game for whatever. It's not like I have an idea of what I want. I'm just saying that I understand the importance of that.
Yeah.
And I think that it does make it hard for people to relate with like who we are as people when they're just seeing the VODs, the cut up versions of the podcast come out, and it doesn't tell anybody who we are. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so the clips, yeah.
We'll work on that. We're also getting the memberships down. We've had a ton of people ask, like, I want to support you guys. I want to help you guys get to a full-time show to where you can make more content and be around more, and we don't have it set up to do that. So that is my goal this week. We've been playing catch-up all week. I was hoping to have it done already, but I don't. So just keep an eye out on that, you guys. You can also tip at streamlabs.com/ThoughtRiotPodcast, although we are transitioning to another platform because I can't figure out how to make that one do what I want. I think that it's just set up to where the tip box is always up first, and I can't figure it out. It's frustrating. I don't want that to come up first. So we'll probably be moving to, what's another big one where you can put out content and stuff like that?
I thought we were moving to StreamYard.
No. That's for the streaming OBS. The paywall. What is that?
Patreon.
Yep. I think we're getting our Patreon set up so that when we're doing some of the membership videos and things like that, of background stories and whatnot. Because if you guys don't know, too, for people that are watching, we have a lot of firsthand experience on crime on both sides of the table, whether it's from the criminal aspect or the law enforcement aspect, and we have a lot of firsthand personal accounts and things like that. So we want to be able to share those stories with our viewers, and the viewers have mentioned a whole bunch of times that you guys want to hear those stories, and I think that's going to be one of the things that we're going to offer behind the membership. So just keep an eye out for that, you guys, and do all the podcast things. If you're listening on the audio version on Apple, Amazon, any of those, give us a rating. That helps a ton. Leave a comment, give us feedback. If you're watching on YouTube or Rumble or any of those other VOD platforms, leave us some comments, a like, a subscribe. Any engagement is good engagement on there.
Just engaging at all is super, super helpful. Sharing the podcast, sharing video clips, any of it.
Yes. And if you work for Celsius, you need to reach out to us, because every single episode, for as long as we've been doing this, we are on here drinking Celsius. It's one of our favorite drinks, and we need that partnership, baby, because I'm going broke because of how much Celsius I buy. So, yeah, reach out. And where you can get to us at is ContactThoughtRiot@gmail.com. That is our go-to email for viewers and business. Our other email that we had out for a while, that's strictly for, like, personal management type stuff that doesn't get as much attention as the contact one. So, but yeah, I think I covered everything. Or the live?
Yep. We live stream Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m. CST, Central Standard Time. Be there or be square, because it's a great time.
It's super fun. It is super fun. Mm-hmm. I always have a good time.
And the chat is super welcoming. I see a lot of people join and they don't talk, and I don't know if that's because they feel afraid to, like, speak up, but don't be, because everyone is super nice. And if they're not, they get booted. Yeah,
no, absolutely. That is our one rule, is that there's no bullying and that we accept all opinions.
Yes. You can absolutely disagree. Like, come in and tell us we're wrong.
Yeah, even
as long as you're not respectful.
The last stream, we were debating with one of our viewers about Murdaugh, and they had a different view than I did, and I love that. I appreciate people that have different views.
And she enjoyed talking about it, too.
Absolutely.
She said that she was really enjoying talking about it and going back and forth.
Yes.
Because she didn't agree on several topics when it came to Murdaugh and, like, theories and stuff, so...
And I always say this, what a boring world it would be to just have an echo chamber where everyone thinks and says the same thing as you. And I feel like the true crime community, there's a lot of communities out there that aren't accepting of other opinions or theories.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately. Or people feel like they get put down, like it's dumb that they think something different. And I don't ever want us to go down that road, ever. I don't care how tin hat it is. I don't care how mainstream news it is. We want to hear it. We want your opinion. We want to hear you talk and what you think. And that's the only way humans, us, grow, you know?
Absolutely.
But yeah, I think we covered everything.
Yes.
And we can get right into it.
Into the news headlines and true crime this week.
Yes. So I just saw this, and I'm kind of surprised by it. It blew me away. But the Santa Fe, New Mexico, Governor Michelle Lujan Grisham, on Friday issued an emergency order suspending the right to carry firearms in public across Albuquerque, the surrounding counties, for at least 30 days among a major increase in gun violence. So, like, I went digging into this. I was like, I didn't even know that was a thing. I had no idea that could even happen, you know, because New Mexico is known as being one of the most open gun states there are. I believe it's open carry. I could be wrong. I probably should have looked up that detail before I brought this up on here. But I believe it is open carry, like Arizona is. But she signed it where they can no longer be out in the open, even if you're licensed or anything, just because they've had a giant increase in gun crime. Like, one of the recent ones that I was looking at was by a stadium, like a kid's baseball stadium. There was a road rage incident where an 11-year-old ended up getting ended by a gunman, and another lady got injured. And there was one other one too here where it was like a 9-year-old, or last month 5-year-old, Galilea Samaniego was fatally shot while asleep in a motorhome. 4 teens entered the mobile home community in 2 stolen vehicles just after 6 a.m. on August 13th and opened fire on the trailer, according to police. So, yeah, the girl was struck in her head by a bullet and ended. So, yeah, I do think this is going to get more political than it is like crime related, but just guns and crime go hand in hand. I thought it was super interesting. I don't want to get into the political aspects of it. I just thought it was wild knowing that this could be done, that a governor can come out and sign a document saying, hey, you know what? I know that we allow everyone to carry guns, but just kidding, for the next 30 days.
Yeah, I didn't know that was possible either. So New Mexico is an open carry state, so that means it's legal to carry a loaded weapon as long as you're not concealing it. It says, however, it is not legal to carry any firearm in a federal building or school.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's anywhere, though. I think that's a federal law that you can't take it in any federal building or school. Even police officers have to check their guns in a federal building.
And on top of that, you don't need a license.
Right, yeah. That's how Arizona is, too.
You just can carry a gun openly.
Yes, and what's interesting is Arizona has had some of the lowest gun crimes in the entire nation with the loosest laws. You can literally carry any gun out in the open. Like, I don't know how much you've been to Arizona, but, like, you go to the mall in Arizona, and you can just stand down, like, one of the main aisles and see, you know, an endless amount of people carrying guns on their hips.
Yeah, I've been to Arizona a few times. I don't recall, like, just seeing guns everywhere, but I have heard that. I'm curious how that's changed over time, because I believe that statistic you're talking about, like, is probably from a few years ago.
Well, it's
I feel like
super highly political statistic, so it's going to be hard to get the real numbers in a situation like that, and I don't want to get into the political aspects of this, because this is interesting whether you're pro-guns or no guns.
Crime revolving around guns is increasing statistically.
Yeah, across the nation. Right. So in these states, though, how likely is a criminal to pull out a weapon and use it when all their neighbors around them have guns ready to drop them?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
I don't think that's going to make a more likely scenario, but... I'm really curious what you guys think about that. This is the main reason why I wanted to bring this up. Do you feel like this is going to help these situations? Because while I look at these few situations, especially the road rage one, like, that is such...
that happened to me.
It's such a passionate crime that somebody driving loses their temper and can't control it, that not having a gun there, in that situation, I feel like maybe it would have saved that kid's life, even though there are a ton of situations where I feel like having guns everywhere would decrease it. But, like, what happened to you?
Yeah, so it was several years ago in Missouri on a highway, and I was driving the speed limit, which was 45, and it was like 3 a.m. I was a teenager, and this older man was behind me, and he started honking and, like, riding up on me, and then once we got to an intersection with traffic lights, and it was, I don't remember if it was red or green, but he suddenly passed me, whipped in front of me, and blocked me in, and then literally like a cop, like, got out of the car and aimed at me over the hood, or over the top of the car, like, using it to rest his arms on. Jeez. And I literally took... No, I didn't even take time to think. I just maneuvered out of there as fast as I could. Like, as fast as I possibly could.
Yeah.
And luckily I got out before he could shoot or anything. But
yeah, well, you don't even know in a situation like that, was that road rage, or was that somebody trying to make you get out of the car and rob you? Was that somebody trying to take somebody? Like, that could be anything. That sounds like a horrible situation.
He was an older man, and he seemed angry. Like, he was, like, yelling and stuff. I don't know what it was, but it was terrifying, and I always assumed it was road rage.
Yeah.
But maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was something else.
Yeah, that's
because it was
crazy.
Two very young girls out at like 2 or 3 a.m.
Yep, and I've heard of things happening at 2 and 3 a.m. You know what I mean? Who knows?
You know what I mean?
But yeah, let us know what you think. Does this sound like it'll help or not?
I don't know. I guess we'll see. I mean, it's kind of a trial period, I guess.
Yeah, she said for 30 days, okay? I don't know if this is an attempt to extend it. I don't know anything. It doesn't talk anything about that. And it actually says in here that she made a comment that that she knows how political this decision is going to be and how much fighting it's going to cause. So it sounds like the governor knew what she was doing and thought that it would be helpful to the public anyways and did it anyways. So interesting stuff here. But yeah, let your thoughts riot in the comments below and let us know what you think.
Yeah, so I just ran across this, and I have never heard of this man before. And I know we have some Australian viewers, so I want to talk about this while also saying, you know, this is like a quick headline that we've run across, okay? Like, that's the segment. But it's this man named Ahmad Alameddine from Australia. So if you're from Australia and you know who this guy is, I want to hear all about what you know in the comments. Because it says that he is from like a crime gang, like a notorious
like a crime family.
Yeah, in Australia. And he is one of the most wanted men in the country.
Wow.
And he was recently arrested and caught in the middle of having sex with a girl. Like they literally ran up on him in there while he was having sex, and
they
then
caught you with your pants down, bro.
Exactly. And he literally makes a run for it with just his t-shirt on and nothing else.
I mean, if you're a crime mob boss or criminal or whatever, what options do you have, you know?
Yeah, it says, so he's a member of one of Sydney's most notorious crime families.
And they didn't catch him with no shoes, like only wearing a shirt? They didn't catch him? Cops didn't have the upper hand?
So it said this, like, dramatic event, okay, where they walk in on him and stuff, ended a 4-week manhunt. Like,
Wow.
Sorry. They've been hunting for him for 4 weeks after he ran from officers from his Green Acre home in the city's west on August 3rd.
Huh.
And it was to investigate firearm offenses. It says... It shows a bunch of pictures of this place that they found him in, and it's the Bundock Street unit block where police... Okay, so I'm guessing this is in Sydney, but it's like... They're calling it a crack den is what they're calling it, and it's like littered with drugs and...
Jeez.
You know, all kinds of stuff.
What you would expect to see in like a crime house.
Yeah, I mean... Apparently his girlfriend was arrested when he fled from the home 4 weeks ago because of him.
Took the fall. Wow. Yep. Okay.
Which this is them picture. Here, pull it up for you.
Okay. Interesting.
Yep.
Interesting. Just save that link so we can have the viewers follow along there.
Girlfriend Jade Heifer is currently behind bars after helping him, or allegedly helping him, escape from the Green Acre home. She's pictured with her husband, she's a widower of this guy who was executed last year.
Okay.
Like, I think on the streets. Like I said, I don't know a lot about this, but knowing there's this crazy,
life.
I know, like, crime family in Sydney, Australia, and they're like, I don't know, this feels like very old school America.
Yeah.
Like
mob family type.
Yeah. This isn't something you see a lot in America anymore, is these like mafia type families.
Maybe in other countries that's still how crime works. You know, there's pros and cons to those mob style families, and while you guys know I have an obsession with serial killer psyche, I'm also obsessed with that old school criminal culture mob mentality too, because these guys followed rules. It was like you had the cops, you had the mobsters knew that they were the mice, the cops knew that they were the cat, and it was always a game of cat and mouse, you know. Yep. And the mobsters had very specific rules they followed. No women, no children. They didn't hit homes where families could get hurt. Like they made sure they respected these things, and it was only game on when actual criminals that were, you know, the shot callers or the gangsters or whatever, were out in the open by themselves essentially. And you know, crime was very different back then.
It was.
Than it used to be now, where there's no rules in the street life anymore. Yeah. It's anyone anywhere. It doesn't matter if you're holding your kid's hand. It doesn't matter, you know. So I wonder if that's beneficial, that's more like old school type-ish. But they seem like put together people. So just by image, you know, and that doesn't say a lot. I understand that. You can't look at somebody and know if they're put together or not. But they care enough at least to put themselves together to take that picture.
Yeah, that was her husband, and this is him.
Okay.
So he looks a little rougher than her boyfriend did.
I mean, mugshots make everybody look awful. That dang lighting. So,
dude, it's so crazy. But you know, after he jumped out the window, caught in the act with just a t-shirt on, totally bottomless, okay, like literally balls to the wind.
Yeah.
He jumped over a fence, and then the officers literally lost him, and then he came back, and then he tried to run away again.
What?
I know, it's just so weird.
Whoa, there must have been stuff there he needed or something.
But
I'm super curious to hear more about this, so I hope that our Australian viewers can give us some insight.
Yeah, because I want to look more into it for sure. I want to know, is this like a mafia-type family, like, situation that's going on here? Because they keep talking about, like, a crime family. They're talking about, you know, Jade's ex-husband being, like, executed, and it kind of sounds like it was by criminals, you know, like, in some kind of situation, you know, like a disagreement. And, I don't know. It's just, I thought it was wild, and it's kind of funny thinking about him jumping out the window.
It is funny.
With just a t-shirt on.
It is funny. It is
running down the street. Where did he go? They lost him.
Well, if they lost him, it makes me, like, the image I have in my head is that right over the fence, there's, like, a lot of brush, or what Australians would call the bush. And I would assume they lost him in there, you know. Australia has gnarly animals and spiders and... This
is like a city.
Okay, well, I don't know then.
We're not talking.
I don't know. I
you
guess
think
we'll
in
have to look it up on
Australia, in
Google
every
Maps.
city, there's just bushes, like crazy jungle type little bushes everywhere?
No, like desertous bush. Yes, I do think so. That's the entire landscape. I just don't know how much of that is left in Sydney. I don't think there's just ranches all over the place, but
it looks like this is what he was, like, escaping to.
See, I mean, I guess you could hide a willy behind those.
Yeah, his willy, but they lost the whole man. His willy.
Yeah. That's funny. But yeah, let us know.
Yeah.
I want to know more.
I want to know more too, and I'm definitely going to have to look more into it, because this is the first I've ever heard of any of this.
I wonder if there's meat on the bone there to look into how crime works in other countries, because we have North American crime, right? Because we're right next to Mexico, so it functions very similarly with the Mexican crime families up in the U.S. because bordering, and we're the consumers, they're the manufacturers. That's kind of how it works, you know. But is it like that in other places, like Central America, South America, Europe, Australia, the Asian countries? Like, you know, it makes me interested, or it makes me want to go looking and figure out how it works, because you have is it China or Japan that's the Yakuza? I don't want to mix it up. I think it's Japanese.
Japan.
Yeah, Japanese, because tattoos, the swords, and cutting off fingers, all that. Yep. So I think they still function very similarly to how they used to back in the day, where there are rules, and if you do something wrong, you cut off a finger or a hand or something like that to swear your loyalties. You know, it's real respect-driven, even though you're a criminal that lives outside of society's rules. A lot of those Yakuza guys don't see themselves as criminals. They just don't see themselves as needing to follow society's rules. So it's a different way of looking at things, you know. You can still respect humanity and not respect society's rules, but even though that'll make you a criminal or whatever. But, yeah, I'm curious.
I mean, I am curious... in international crime, I feel like I actually don't look into it that much, unless it's like a crazy headline-breaking story like this.
Yep.
But I'm sure it goes so much deeper, and I'm sure it varies quite a bit country to country. Like, because of the societal rules, those unspoken rules, they definitely will impact a criminal, like, the way they conduct themselves, the way they maneuver around society. Mm-hmm. And it's interesting to look at.
It is interesting. And even when it comes down to, you know, different crime families and mobsters and gangs and everything are focused on different drugs, you know. The Middle East is where, like, the poppy opium stuff comes out of. China, Japan is where, like, the club drugs and all that, the scientific type drug creations come out of. And then, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Pot from South America and Central America and California.
Yeah, and they just sell all of it to us.
Right. I know it.
We're just the trash can of the world.
Yep. All right, so this one, and this name sounds so familiar to me, but I don't know if we actually covered this or not. But in Catlettsburg, Kentucky, 3 former deputy jailers at an eastern Kentucky facility have been sentenced to prison in connection with the death of an inmate. So in Boyd County Circuit Judge George Davis announced the sentences on Thursday for Zachary Messer, Colton Griffith, and Jeremy Maddox. And by the way, there was actually 5 involved here. But the other 2 made agreements, took a plea basically. But they were among the 5 former deputies indicted following the November 2018 death of 40-year-old Michael L. Moore, who was found in a restraint chair at the jail. Authorities have said that Moore was intoxicated and the deputies intentionally abused him or knowingly permitted his abuse, and that mistreatment caused Moore's death. The video's hard to watch. The video is hard to watch because, like, dude, this comes down to another one of those public servants things. You know what I mean? Where public servants are held to a higher standard. And that standard is should be scrutinized by the rest of public and society.
Yes.
And when you have somebody come in your jail for just a public intoxication, which is what this was, then you should be able to be more understanding. You're the bigger person. You're the law enforcement officer. You're the one that's there to keep things in order, you know? And these guys didn't do that. Like when they first came in and they were getting his cell ready and everything, one of the bigger dudes forces his head against the wall into a corner and shoves his face into it and holds his hand there. Like, you guys, I've done overnights in jail for public intoxication and just being dumb when I was younger. I've never seen that. Never had that happen to me. I've seen
never
that.
had that happen either.
No, that's not standard. You are not expected to put your head against the wall in a corner and have a security guard hold their whole weight on it. And when he tried to pull it away, because obviously it's uncomfortable and he's intoxicated, the guy literally bam, bashes his head back into the wall. When he dies, his eyes is all blown up and everything, and he ends up getting thrown into the restraint chair when, to me, it doesn't look like he's being combative. To me, it looks like he's just trying to defend himself and, like, not get hurt. And these guys keep going. What ends up killing him is they throw him into, you know, the hard metal sinks that are in jail?
What do you mean, like on the back of the toilets?
Like, so the sinks in jail are one single metal unit so that nothing can be taken apart. It looks like sheet metal from wall to wall. Well, they're heavy duty things so that prisoners can't pull off any of the pieces and create shanks, things like that. Well, they threw him into it, breaking 3 ribs, causing internal bleeding. Now, when you're intoxicated on alcohol, your blood's thinner, and he bleeds internally to death. These guys beat him to death. These 5 security officers beat him to death.
Wait, they weren't police?
They were not police officers. They're jailhouse deputies, is my understanding. Yeah, deputy jailers. Yep. They are not police officers. So
I feel like there's this ego that officers get, okay, deputies in jail. They detach themselves from the inmates. They don't see them as like a human, you know what I mean? Like as a neighbor or something, like someone that they actually give significance to. They see them as subhuman, scum of the earth, and they get this. I'm having trouble even describing the feeling, but I know what it feels like to have that feeling of like intense rage over something that you think you are above. Yeah. It is a certain feeling, and it's an abuse of power, obviously. But there's a feeling that comes with that that's completely impulsive. Mm-hmm. It is entirely impulsive.
Yeah.
There isn't a lot of thought there other than anger and wanting to control this person and hurt them.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking with there being 5 of them that there was some kind of mob mentality, that mass psychosis
that
going
too
on, and you get.
It's a good point.
I think it was 1 woman and 4 men. You get 4 men together.
A woman was involved in beating him to death?
When I was looking up the actual jailers, because this only talks about 3 out of the 5, it kept showing 1 woman. So I believe so. I'll verify it with the pictures on here as we're going through it. But yes, I believe so. Now, what sucks is one of the jailers was not comfortable with this and said on 3 different occasions that we need to get him help. We should call someone. And his direct contact, the one above him, his sergeant or whatever, told him, fall in line. You're not calling anybody. Yeah, and then when one guy threw him into the chair, you can see one of the guys, like, quickly go to help him up. I'm assuming that's the same guy who's showing, like, empathy, like, oh, let's get him, while the other 4 people stood there. It is wild. It is just it's a complete power-hungry exchange in this video. And I'm not going to show it just because it is disturbing, but I'll be posting pictures as we're going through this. I just thought it is crazy how many times we see this abuse of power happening, and we have theorized over and over and over, what's it going to take and what can we do to reduce this?
Well, for one, I think it's treating inmates in general more like human beings.
Agreed.
It's a societal view we have of, like, criminals, drug addicts,
Agreed.
You know, people with mental health issues. Like, literally every single person that is in jail has a mental health issue. I guarantee you there is not a single one, unless they are entirely innocent.
Yeah, that's
and they're like
a
for
mischarged person.
Mischarged innocent person that does. And by the time they get out of jail, they're probably going to have mental health problems.
I know, because
jails treat the humans in there like animals.
Yeah,
straight up. They don't get adequate health care. I mean, they don't get healthy food. You know, which is a big deal. Like, the way nutrition is really important for how our brains function and how we feel.
Nutrition's expensive, though, that's why.
I know. And they treat them like animals. They ain't gonna spend money on the good food for the animals.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And everybody's got a number. They don't refer to people by their names, usually. And I just feel like other prison systems around the world work much better than our own and are actually aimed at taking criminals and turning them into better citizens. And
jail
ours
should be a rehab.
That was supposedly the intention, but really the basis of our prison institution, our prison industrial complex, basically, is... It started because of slaves. The privately owned prisons started as slave owners trying to get their slaves back to work for them by charging them with things and then making them come serve their sentence working. It was prison work camps. That's how it started. Yeah, that's interesting. The basis of our prison system is literally rooted in slavery. We got to change that. Yeah. And then there came this wave of, rehabilitating criminals, but... we didn't really succeed at it because all along the basis was creating slaves. Yep. Control and remove from society instead of remove from society, rehabilitate to and then re-enter society. Yeah, absolutely. No, I agree with you. I just think that we've got to come up with something to reduce these things from happening, especially in a situation where you have 5 people here doing this one thing. 5 people doing this one thing. You know what I mean? Do they have to wear body cams, the deputies in there? This video footage isn't body cam, so I don't know. Okay, so probably not because there's security camera footage there's security cameras. But I feel like clearly they should have some kind of better training of what to do in a situation where your coworker is being abusive. Yeah. Okay? They need to have those trainings because it's, we've seen it time and time again, it is happening, and it's happening every day. Yeah. So they need to have training on how other people should navigate that, how managers or whoever the hires up should be navigating that situation. Mm-hmm. It absolutely should be being reported. And this whole thing, I've heard that in many of these cases where they went to a higher up, one of the officers that didn't feel right, or deputies or whatever, and they're like, nope, you're not telling anybody.
Yeah. I've wondered, so body cam is huge, okay? I think anybody that's a public servant should be on video at all times if they're clocked in. At all times. Only if going to the restroom, you turn off like the video or something like that, because that will save the public, that will reduce these issues. And honestly, even the people wearing the body cam won't like it, but it could save them. It could make them be, more secure with their decisions and making sure that they can't let their emotions get out of check in a way that will make them have to serve time. Like all these guys are going to jail for 10 to 20, maybe 30 years. Okay. Now, in a situation like that, you got to have someone that's going to be able to hold them accountable that doesn't associate with them. So can we create a system where, you have New York cops that have all their body cam footage, there's cameras everywhere, so you're never not on video, and then you have people in Nevada or Arizona watching them. So if they get in trouble for doing something criminal, the people who watch them and hold that group accountable that doesn't talk, they do not talk to each other ever, they're both in trouble. That is a group accountability situation, and I feel like something like that could work.
I do too. And see, the worst thing about this is I've seen several situations. I've seen one other case that's coming to mind particularly with the security camera footage in these places. This came out because somebody wanted it to.
Yeah.
In most of the situations, they just hide it. They just delete it.
That's why I think a secondary person watching it would be a good idea.
Exactly.
That doesn't communicate.
Nobody who works in that jail or prison or
manages
office
this footage
can manage it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Exactly. I think that would reduce everything. And everybody, all the officers would despise it, but you know what? Accountability doesn't feel good ever, but it is a good thing, and it keeps everybody safe. So I agree.
Because now you're going down for murder.
Yep. You're going down for murder. And but I'm curious what you guys think. Like, these guys are getting like in the double digits of assault charges. So
good. Yeah. It's disgusting, and
a public intoxication and you lose your life, like, oh,
I
dude.
know.
Man, and it sounds like this guy didn't have his life put together.
That doesn't
and
matter.
That doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't matter at all.
They stripped him of the choice and ability to get his life turned around if he ever did get it turned around. Even if he was annoying, even if he was coming in once a week because he's a drunk, all of these things, none of those are reasons to end him in the way that you guys did with the abusive ways that you guys did it.
There's just no reason to abuse an inmate ever, even if they're the worst person on the planet.
No.
You taking that justice, anger, whatever you're trying to take into your hands is not worth it for anybody.
Yep, I agree.
You're literally making everything worse.
Yep.
All the way around.
Yep. But let us know what you guys think.
Yeah.
Let those thoughts riot in the comments below.
Okay, so, did you hear about the shooting in Moscow, Idaho?
No.
Okay, so I first saw this pop up on TrueCrime Designs, like they posted like a community post on YouTube, and then I started searching around the internet for it, because I was like, what? There was literally... I couldn't believe that people weren't in the live stream saying, hey, did you hear about the shooting in Moscow?
Yeah.
Like, I feel like it went under the radar for like a day or so. Like, really weird. But, so, basically, it was... Okay, 110 South Almond Street apartment At 8 o'clock in the morning, 8:05, is when the SWAT team arrested Thomas Adams. He is a 54-year-old man that had a 6-hour standoff with the police this past Tuesday morning.
What is going on
in
with
the
these
apartment?
standoffs?
I know.
That's how what's-his-face ended up going, too. The military
Kopaka.
dude. Brent Kopaka, yes, was a standoff with police, supposedly holding his roommates hostage. Crazy.
So basically, this guy, Thomas, was in his apartment. They said from an unknown type weapon, was firing out the window of his apartment into like...
So it was a gun?
Yeah.
They just don't know what type of gun?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, we don't know.
Unknown type of weapon.
Yeah, that's what it says. From an
type
unknown
of
type of weapon.
Gun.
It is a gun. He fired rounds from like his apartment, like a window or a door or something.
Don't
and it was
tell
just
me it was a BB
literally
gun.
shooting out into the community.
Don't tell me it was a BB gun and
they
he
had
lost his life.
Dude, he's not dead. He's
okay.
arrested.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know.
But he's shooting out into the streets and stuff. And if it was a BB gun, they wouldn't have a 6-hour standoff, would they?
If they didn't know it was a BB gun, absolutely. Yes.
Okay, but they saw bullet holes outside,
okay.
so,
okay.
I mean...
what is going on in Idaho? Like,
I don't know.
Back to back to back to back, dude. We have the dude that... and you guys will see it here, the dude that killed those 3 people, the 2 boys, the whole family that exposed himself to his daughters or whatever. You have the Idaho 4, you have the other stabbings before even those 3 situations. Now you have Brent Kopaka, and this, it's like, what? Mm-hmm. After looking at their history, a lot of these towns and places have been like, yeah, we haven't had, a murder in 5 years
they're
or whatever.
Super safe communities.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, I know. So I don't know. I question that too. I feel like Idaho's in the news constantly with another murder case or another like violent crime. I don't know what could be going on. Is there just a lot of drugs there? Is there a lot of... because the laws are so much tighter in Idaho surrounding taboo things, like people and the rest of the country is opening up, like they're literally right next to Washington and Oregon, some of the most open states, period. Like, I don't know.
Got it. Yeah, maybe.
Is there some, like, what is it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Is there some, like, just unrest in Idaho?
I don't know. I think you're onto something with that because Idaho still has the 3-strike drug rule that California had over a decade ago, where if you get 3 felony drug charges, you go to prison for your entire life. And they're right next to Washington and Oregon that essentially decriminalize all drugs.
I know.
So maybe, I think you might be onto something there.
Maybe.
Because you could go to Washington, buy a gram, and then take a trip over to Idaho and sell that gram for 3 times what you just bought it for. Like,
yep.
Yep.
And then if you get caught, you could get slapped with 3 felony charges and literally be put away for life.
Yeah. Yep.
Even though you just got it in a legal state.
Yep.
Crazy.
I know.
But so apparently the 911 calls started at 2 o'clock in the morning.
2 a.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was the 100 block South Almond Street. This is the apartment building. We'll put up a picture. So police heard the gunshots, called an assistant from Latah County Sheriff's Office, Pullman Police, Washington State University Police, Idaho State Police, Lewiston Police, and the Nez Perce County Sheriff's Office.
It sounds like what they did in the Kopaka situation too, and I've always wondered why that is. But then when I was doing research for like Dr. Moore and Idaho4 and all these places, it sounds like you have all these law enforcement agencies that essentially subcontract their officers out to the schools and other cities that don't support it. So even though they came from like a certain law enforcement agency, they will be contracted to this department. So they'll call them a college officer, even though they really are an Idaho State police officer, but they're just contracted to the college. So yeah. I think that's what's going on here.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, so there were alerts sent out, and everything for people to shelter in place. So the neighborhood was literally evacuated.
Yeah,
6 hour standoff. 6 hours.
Yeah.
That's wild to me.
Yeah. I think once you have a standoff, an official standoff where the cops don't feel comfortable breaching and taking this guy down, they go for a while. Yeah, I think there comes a time where it turns from like a criminal being violent and a cop breaching and taking them down into an official standoff. And I think once it's officially a standoff, it does go on a while statistically. But yes, that is crazy, a 6 hour standoff. And they actually got him to give up. That's great.
So he didn't give up. They gassed him. They tased him. They couldn't, and they were trying to figure out what they could do because they were afraid more, he was going to shoot more, like it would escalate, like things would get out of hand. But yeah, they literally deployed non-lethal gas.
What a new situation. All they've done has been lethal, I feel like, in a lot of these situations. They went the non-lethal route. Yay. Yeah. Like, that's great.
I know.
Let's keep that up.
Like, this guy was literally shooting a gun into the neighborhood. Kopaka wasn't.
Kopaka didn't have a weapon on him when he was shot. He did before. He confirmed he did before. He did not have a weapon on him when he was shot and killed.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
So yeah, they tased him, and he was charged with unlawfully discharging a weapon, disturbing the peace, resisting and obstructing officers. And he's already had his little first court appearance in Latah County court, and there's still an ongoing investigation. But I was looking at the comments under this post, and some of them were kind of interesting, and people were totally bringing up Kopaka.
Yeah,
like, of course.
The difference in management is super clear.
So I thought this one was interesting. He lives near the Corner Club and Mad Greek. Like, super close. And a lot of people were mentioning that. Like, he lives right in the area where the Kaylee and Maddie were hanging out that night before they were killed.
Yeah, that's one of those things you got to be careful, though. Just because somebody else is losing their mind and being
it doesn't mean there's
criminal.
A connection.
Yeah, exactly.
And also, here's another. Kopaka's best friend who served with him said in an interview that he kept asking for them to call him because he had always calmed him down. He said when his family went to the apartment, his phone was laying on the bar and someone did a factory reset on it.
Yeah. He
said he knew him well enough that he wouldn't do that.
Yep.
Do what they say he did.
Yeah, well, I don't know about... We have multiple eyewitnesses, plus him talking out of the window, but I do know that during the Kopaka standoff, one thing they didn't do, and I think that's why that they haven't officially closed Kopaka's case, because they're going to get called out for it when they do, is they did not try and get a family member or a friend on the phone with Kopaka. They did not try. What's crazy is the police called a friend and said, hey, do you know this guy? And he's like, yeah, I know that guy. What's up? Like, what's going on? And the cop wouldn't tell him what was going on. And they just said that they needed to confirm and stay by your phone and gave no other details and hung up. Did not try and get him on the phone with Kopaka.
Okay, so somebody messed up.
Somebody messed up.
Somebody
and that's
messed up
why
and was
they're
quick
not
to pull the
closing
trigger.
it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, they shouldn't close it. Clearly, I feel like if he was unarmed,
to get public scrutiny.
Well, yeah.
We can't see it until the investigation's closed.
No, I do want it closed for that reason, but I think that somebody should be charged.
Held accountable, yeah.
Yes, because if he didn't have a weapon and they weren't doing like the standard for de-escalating a situation when you're at like a standoff.
Yep, I agree.
Then like I feel like that's not okay. Yeah, what's going on? But this is pretty crazy. Curious why this happened. What was going on with this guy, his living situation. Like, I want more background on him. Do I think there's a connection? There is zero evidence, okay, that he is connected to the Idaho 4. Zero that I have seen thus far. There were rumors.
Different weapon.
We don't know what weapon, just a gun.
Yeah, a gun. That's different weapon than the Idaho 4.
You're right. But I see rumors circulating that he was following Kaylee and Maddie on Instagram or social media, and it's like, guys, these rumors were all over about Kohberger too, that he was following them, and as far as we know, he didn't. There's zero evidence to prove that.
Yeah, you can't jump head first off a cliff here. There is no evidence that connects it. The time of day is different. I guess it can be similar. One's at 2 a.m. and one's between 2 and 4 a.m. But different weapon completely, different type of crime completely. One is at his own home. The other is out hunting. Like, completely different.
Literally could have been drunk and just been like freaking out and shooting his gun, like being ridiculous and losing his mind. The other one was very clearly an intentional, calculated murder of 4 people.
You know how pissed I would be if cops came to my door at 2 a.m. and is like, yo, we need you to evacuate. I would be so mad.
I would be mad,
I
too.
would be so mad.
Yeah, but think about the kind of guy who would have committed the Idaho 4 murders, and then think about this guy just freaking out and rage shooting out of his house.
I don't see any connection.
I don't either.
None. One is calculated and put together. The other is emotional and outraged. Like, I don't see this.
Like, not put together at all. Like, literally a hot mess.
Yep. Absolutely.
So,
but that's interesting.
It is
interesting. I appreciate
interesting.
you talking about that because I did not hear that. So, yeah. So, this one might end up actually needing to be an additional story, like a deeper dive into it, because I don't know much about it, but it sounds like a big deal based on everything I'm reading. So, Alabama teen Mason Sisk, who is now 18, is sentenced to life in prison for murdering his entire family because he was, in quotes, fed up. Judge slams him for being draped in unmitigated evil, which what do you expect in Alabama?
Draped in unmitigated evil? Are you kidding me?
Alabama's still part of that Bible Belt area. I get it. But, dude, this kid was 14 when he did this and killed 5 family members. Yeah. So, like, I am all for people being rehabilitated, but this is considered a mass murder. And it was one after another, after another, after another, after another. So, I kind of agree. I feel like, look, even though you're 14, you're only halfway to your frontal lobe being developed. Like, I agree with the life sentence in this situation. This is monstrous behavior, dude. It's not it's not going and grabbing your parents' gun out of their hidden spot and accidentally killing somebody because you pull a trigger. Like, this is intentional. This kid didn't even have a reason. There wasn't even abuse behind it. He was just fed up. Terrifying. Terrifying. So, At 14 years old, he did that. At 18, he finally gets charged with life. And like I said, the judge says that...
You mean like convicted?
Convicted of life sentences. And the judge describes him as ghastly, disturbing, and draped in unmitigated evil. So... I just found it really interesting here. How did he do it? He shot his parents and 3 younger siblings in the head. So, yes.
So like all lethal shots, very intentional, one after the other. He could have changed his mind after 1 or 2 or 3 or 4,
Yep, absolutely.
So, yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, and all just because he was fed up.
Yep.
I mean, that's something else, okay?
Yeah.
Like, that's somebody I feel like definitely shouldn't be in society.
And I very rarely say that about some 14-year-old kid. It is very rare that I feel that way. But this is a different kind of monstrous act here, man. This is Columbine school shooter type behavior that...
in his own family, the people he would have the most connection with. That's what makes it even scarier. Like, it not just parents... but siblings, too.
You can hate your family. I've seen it time and time again where you literally hate your family, but you can't help but have a little piece of love and connection there, no matter how bad they are to you. Like, you guys have been through so much together, thick, thin, and other, and there's always a little piece there, I think for your average human, regardless of how bad it is. But this kid was just fed up and ended them all. So this took place in Limestone County Circuit Court, and the judge was Judge Chad Wise. So the life sentence came after Sisk was convicted of 4 counts of capital murder for killing his father, John Sisk, who was 38, adoptive mother, Mary Sisk, 35, younger siblings, Kane, 6, Rory, 4, Colson, 6 months. Yeah.
So the jury these were like little kids.
6, 4, and 6 months. 6, 4, and 6 months.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. I wonder if age has something to do with it here, because
he's way older.
8 years is the difference between that. So the jury had deliberated for less than 2 hours, so they must have been feeling the same thing. 2 hours is pretty short for a big old capital type murder case like this.
It is, especially for a child.
Yeah.
Somebody who was a child when they did it.
Yeah. Yep.
Like, that's
rough
pretty quick.
Stuff, man. Rough stuff. I can't believe that, man.
I'm so curious what the home life was like beforehand.
Yeah. I just hate to hear that fed up,
Yeah.
So with this just being a news update, I didn't dig into it.
That's like a normal kid when they're fed up will just run away or something.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I can think of many times when I was fed up as a kid, and I was like, I'm going to pack my bags and run away. And then I'd walk out the door and be like, I think I want to go back
where
home.
am I going to go?
Yeah.
Yep. So, apparently when he was 14 at the time, they wanted to push for the death penalty, but in Alabama, you can't get the death penalty at 14. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm glad he's locked up. I'm curious how you guys feel about it. Do you want us to take this further? Do you want us to dig into some of the psychological aspects of it, try and find out what his home life was? I mean, there's a couple things in the article that I was reading that was talking about, like, how could this have happened? Like, the dad just brought home gifts the other day for everybody, and like, you get all the good things to spice up the article in here, and I understand that, but I'm sure there are things that we could try and dig for, like going into what did the father do for work? What did the mother do for work? Did they vacation? Did they hang out? How was his behavior? Does Sisk have any other past charges or anything like that? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. If you guys are curious about that, leave some info in the comments and let us know how you feel, and we can try and dig this further.
Yeah. I'm really curious about it.
Yeah.
So I saw this mentioned on the live stream last night, I think it was. that somebody said a man was arrested in the Crystal Rogers case. So I was like, who is Crystal Rogers? Well, she was a woman who disappeared in 2015 and her body was never found.
Whoa.
So it says a Nelson County man was charged with criminal conspiracy to commit murder and tampering with physical evidence in the connection with Crystal Rogers' death. His name's Joseph L. Lawson, 32, pleaded not guilty Thursday, and Nelson Circuit Clerk, and his bond was set to $500,000.
Does the evidence seem good?
You know, I don't know yet.
Yeah, like, with this being a news update. Yeah. No, I got you. That's interesting.
Yeah.
When did the crime occur?
So it says in the indictment that it happened in Nelson County July 3rd or July 4th, 2015.
Okay, wow. Okay,
yeah.
So like 8 years
She
ago.
went missing in 2015. Her body was never found. Agreed to aid one or more persons in the planning or commission of the crime or an attempt or solicitation to commit the crime when he and or a co-conspirator intentionally caused the death of another.
Whoa. So he might not even be the guy, but might just know about it.
Yeah, he's not charged with murder. He's like charged with conspiracy to commit murder.
And they don't have the body still?
No.
Whoa. I wonder how this came out then. That's super rare that somebody gets charged and picked up, especially for a co-conspirator charge, and they don't even have the body?
I know.
Or an arrest on who did it?
I know.
Strange. That is not common, you guys. That is not common.
That's why this is so weird to me. When they mentioned it last night, I looked it up and I was like, what the heck?
And that's not a plea? Those are just the charges that were brought against him?
Those are the charges. So it says Lawson is not charged with Rogers' murder, but prosecutors instead charged him with the lesser offense of conspiracy, meaning they believe he was involved in some fashion with whoever killed Rogers. So he's probably not the guy, and they're probably like gonna try to get him on some plea and like, you know, tell us who it was, and you know, maybe it's something like that.
Yeah, it could be, because, like, I would expect to see those charges on somebody that was like, you know how they overcharge and they go big in hopes that the person will plead down to a more reasonable charge? That's what I was expecting to hear from this, and that's why those charges were brought against him, because, you know, he came and talked and they agreed to these charges or whatever, but it doesn't sound like that. It sounds like those are the original charges that were brought against him.
I think they're looking at it like, if he doesn't tell us who it was, then we have to have charges that are able to stick.
Yeah.
And conspiracy, we think, could stick. Murder, no. We don't have enough evidence for that.
I'm so curious what all that is.
The arrest warrant has to be like, they have to have evidence to arrest him.
Yes.
And charge him.
Not in Moscow, but yeah.
Maybe they wouldn't let them charge him unless, like, with murder. Maybe they're like, you have enough for conspiracy, but not murder.
Right, yeah.
So this is super strange, and I want to dig more into it. It's just something that was brought to my attention, and I thought it was perfect for a little news story here, and a promise to look into it more. It says, in addition to the indictment charges, with complicity to tampering with physical evidence when he destroyed, mutilates, concealed, removed, or altered physical evidence. So the maximum penalty for that charge is 1 to 5 years in prison. The conspiracy charge is 10 to 20.
That's so strange, man. That is such a strange charge to bring against somebody when you're not even charging them for the murder. It almost makes me feel like they couldn't find the body but have proof that he was involved in moving a body or something like that. Like, I'm just trying to think of ways where they would charge him with that in moving or changing evidence or altering or hiding evidence, conspiracy to, in this way. And I'm just having a hard time connecting it. So definitely bookmark that, because I'm super curious, because that is so uncommon.
I know. I don't know what to think of it. Wait. Court files show a Kentucky State Police detective and an FBI agent as complaining witnesses in the Lawson case. What does that even mean?
Complaining witnesses?
I think that might be a typo, because I was like, what? Complaining witnesses? What does that even mean?
Yeah.
Anyway, definitely want to look more into it.
We have a couple Kentucky viewers, too, that we know about. So if you know more about this, please let us know.
Yeah, and it's being called a very complex case, which I think is pretty apparent, that there's no body. We don't know what happened to Crystal. We don't know who murdered her. We just have somebody who they think was involved somehow.
It's almost like this man came forward with like eyewitness account, statement, or evidence, and they decided to charge him with that. Like that's how I feel like it's kind of set up, you know, because it's so strange.
I know.
We definitely got to follow it up.
Okay, so here's a little bit more information on when she went missing. So she was last seen July 3rd, 2015. The next day, her car was found on the side of Bluegrass Parkway with her purse, phone, and keys still inside, but no sign of her. That's pretty much all I know right now.
Disappeared. Okay. Well, I am super curious about that. Let us know what you guys think, and we will...
Oh, you know what's really weird?
What?
One more detail before we close this out.
Okay.
The FBI, I didn't see this because at the very bottom, I thought the article was over. It's not. The FBI is also still investigating the death of her father, Tommy Ballard, who was shot and killed the year after her, 2016, while hunting on his own property.
What?
A year after she went missing, he was shot and killed on his own property.
Her father killed her.
What?
Because why else would they bring conspiracy charges to hide evidence or whatever, but not, like, it's really strange that there's enough evidence to charge someone with as a co-conspirator or conspirator or secondary without charging someone with the actual murder. So if her father did it, the murderer would be gone, would be dead. They wouldn't be able to charge them with that. But they might have enough evidence for this guy who helped the father get rid of a body or something. You know what I mean? And they put it in the same article, so there's relevance there. These are clearly tied together.
Well, it's strange, and the FBI is still investigating it, so we don't know who killed her father. So it makes me wonder if it's deeper. Like, were they involved in something, you know, her and her father?
I don't know about that. I think, yes, that's totally likely. But I think since they charged him with co-conspiracy, I was thinking this the whole time, and I should have just said it from the beginning, but it sounds like the murderer is just gone. So I was sitting here thinking that maybe the actual murderer's in a different country, or that the actual murderer's dead, because I have a hard time understanding and thinking that they could charge a co-conspirator and not the murderer. There's no way there's enough evidence for co-conspirator and not the murderer. It's impossible. So that murderer would have to not be here or be gone.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yep. But let us know what you think.
Yeah, I want to know. Because it's a mystery.
Yeah, and we'll bookmark this. Bookmark this. That's an interesting one for sure.
Yeah.
But that is it for our news updates for the week, you guys. I hope you enjoyed them, and we will be moving on to the stories.
The main deep dive topics.
We're moving on to the feta and cheese.
The bread and butter?
Bread and butter. The string cheese and... crackers.
Bread and butter's good. You don't have to try to make it better by using some other weird analogy.
I don't put butter on my bread. I like it dry.
Ew. You're literally a psychopath.
No,
for that.
I love artisan cheese bread, and I will eat an entire loaf for a meal. And it doesn't need butter because it is that good.
My bread's pretty moist, though.
Yeah. first story of tonight, and I'm going to open it up with a banger. Okay, so last week, last week during our updates and viewer comments podcast show where we focused on a lot of the topics and evidence and updates and comments from viewers and other stories that we covered, we touched on the JonBenet case again. And I swear, so we first started doing true crime only probably 3-4 months ago, and you brought the JonBenet case to the table. Now, I remember this, right? So it happened in 96. I was pretty young, but I remember the JonBenet case. I just wasn't focused on true crime yet. But once we transitioned into true crime, once you brought this story to the table, I just can't get enough of it. It is like, if you look up true crime in a dictionary, the JonBenet case is going to be there. Literally, it is insane. It is so crazy. When you first brought it up, I was so sure that it was Gary Oliva that was the murderer of JonBenet. You know, Oliva, it was the murder of JonBenet. Like, it made sense. His interests, his background, everything lined up with him being at the memorial, all that stuff, right? Then we had viewers leave comments saying, no, you need to check this person out. Or, no, it was definitely the parents. It was the brother. It was like going off, right? Well, we touched on Rod Westmoreland, which was John Ramsey's best friend, banker, and this person who left the comment gave some amazing evidence that matched it, and I even missed some of it because I couldn't find that second comment. There's even more evidence for that. But now, completely different suspect again, and I want to dive into this. And I want to keep bringing up suspects, and maybe we can get through all of them and then figure out which one makes the most sense.
Make our own suspect list.
Yeah, but this one, again, like every time, I swear, every suspect we come on, I say the same thing. No, this is probably the one. No, this is probably the one.
I know every single suspect we have talked about thus far, which the first JonBenet Ramsey video, we went through several theories and suspects. Every single one of those sounded plausible.
Yep.
And then the additional evidence video, we talked about the housekeeper and Gary. And I think Gary was the first one. And then we talked more about the housekeeper, the second one. And then wondering who could be tied to her, which I actually think the banker is theorized maybe the housekeeper and the banker. And we also talked about maybe somebody that was mad at John hiring Gary, you know, which I feel like could also go with maybe the banker theory that we just talked about recently. So I feel you. Every single suspect we have talked about, I have thought was plausible. Santa, you know, Helgoth. It's so crazy.
You can put them all up on a wall and throw a dart, and they all make sense.
But the monkey wrench every time is that dang ransom note. Every time.
I know it. Yep, every single time. And what's nice is this ties into the ransom note a little bit. So, who are we talking about this time? Have you heard the name Robert Chris Wolf?
I'm not like great with remembering names,
Me neither.
I don't think so.
Okay,
but we'll see.
It's an uncommon one, and there is so much evidence here, you guys. So much evidence here. So, Robert Chris Wolf is a Colorado native and local. He was a Boulder journalist. He had a master's degree in journalism. He worked for the Colorado Daily. He also worked for Colorado County Business Report, so dealing directly with businesses. And remember, Access Graphics was John's baby. You know, John helped turn that thing into $1 billion company, which ultimately ended up being bought out by General Electric, which is insane. Like, such an incredible feat. So, Robert Chris Wolf, okay? Some of the background here. and why I think he could be our guy. So, we'll back it up to the first point here. Robert Chris Wolf sued John Ramsey and Access Graphics for $50 million.
That's a heck of a lawsuit.
That is a big lawsuit, ladies and gentlemen. That's a big lawsuit there.
Yeah.
And he sued him because they labeled him and said that he was a suspect in their book when they were talking during interviews, just from calling him a suspect. You know how many suspects this case had?
Literally like the whole town of Boulder.
For real. I'm not even joking. The whole town of Boulder, really.
Yeah.
And so he went with a $50 million lawsuit. When they ended up going to court, the judge ruled against it and shot him down, said, no go, it doesn't meet the requirements. They didn't do anything wrong. You were part of this investigation, and let's dig into why. And I guess here's an interesting thing, too. So when the judge shot it down, Wolf's lawyer tried to come back and prove that Patsy was the killer.
Oh.
Yeah. With, again, not enough evidence, and the judge shot it down. So could a $50 million lawsuit that a judge says is a joke and gets thrown out build resentment? Or was there already resentment there?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I mean, if you're suing somebody, there probably is resentment, period.
And remember that note, okay? It wasn't directed only at John. It was talking about his income. It was talking about his job. It was talking about things that a journalist might have access to, your overall income or quarterly bonus of $118,000, right?
Yeah, especially if you're talking about local businesses and stuff.
County court business reports. Now, his connection, okay? So, because of his job at the Colorado County Business Reports, he did an interview, right? Because you would assume if somebody was a suspect or could be the person tied to JonBenet, they had to have some kind of connection there. I don't think sitting behind a desk and seeing business reports for the county is enough of a connection. Well, he went out of his way to interview John's assistant at Access Graphics. So there's first-hand account of him being on site, being involved with Access Graphics. He was doing a piece for one of his companies he worked for, the Colorado Daily or whatever like that, and he was working directly with Access Graphics. Interesting, right? So could he have been implanting himself into the company, John, their life?
Maybe.
Right. I know.
Possibly.
Yeah, and it sure seems that way, especially when you look at all these things in a row and the judge dismissing libel suit, all that good stuff. So here's an interesting fact, okay?
Okay.
So following the death of JonBenet, Wolf's girlfriend at the time called police and labeled him a suspect.
Whoa.
Yeah, and said...
Why?
And essentially said, hey, police, I want to let you guys know that my boyfriend, Chris Wolf, is acting super strange, and he was missing last night during the time that JonBenet was killed. Chris Wolf ended up suing his ex, too.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. What on earth would make a girlfriend, somebody that you're dating, somebody that you could have a future with, a life with, they were still together, call the police and say that you did? I feel like you have to really be standing out to do that.
Yeah, because if you think about, like, Gilgo Beach, okay? The wife didn't know, and if she had any inkling, she was, like, repressing that. Same with BTK. Same
Yes.
with many serial killers and, people, that are married to pedos or anything else. Like, they may get this inkling and then be like, no, but that's my, partner. Like, I trust them, or they want to trust them, and they repress these feelings out of, like, being like, well, if I'm wrong, that is a horrible thing to accuse someone of or to ask about. Like, it's extremely uncomfy, okay, to, like, be like, are you a serial killer?
Mm-hmm. I know.
So for her to reach out and do that, I feel like that says something for sure.
I agree 100%. So, yes, I agree. Super suspicious. I think that there is probably more there than even she was letting on, because, man, there has to be something for you to turn over like that. But
Yeah.
So the Boulder police claimed in a 2003 report that they extensively looked into Robert Chris Wolf. However, when I read this, right away my questions are, or my red flags go up, saying they thought that it was the Ramseys, though.
They did.
How can you unbiasedly, thoroughly investigate someone when you wholeheartedly believe it's somebody else?
I feel like there's no way they did.
I agree. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this situation.
Yeah, with the way they truly believed it was the Ramseys. They really did. And everything they investigated was through that lens of thinking it was John and Patsy, or one of them, and the other was helping, like, cover it up or something. So I feel like there's no way they really dug that deep into anybody else.
Agree.
And if I'm wrong, and I get proven wrong, because I feel like there isn't any proof that I'm wrong.
Yeah.
I would feel bad, but I mean, with the evidence we have thus far into the case of the police's, like, conduct and, in this case is just god awful.
Yeah. I agree 100%. I think mistakes were made and they picked their person and they started to work backward. And we see that all the time, and it always ends up in a giant pile of,
Yeah.
So, I also thought it was interesting, too, with the lawsuit, that Chris and his lawyer were going out of their way to try and prove Patsy did it. Mm-hmm. That is so common when you have a criminal or someone guilty of a crime. Instead of not saying anything, they try to point somebody else out, when that makes it obvious. If you're a criminal, you should just say nothing. Nothing. Remove yourself from the case. Don't get reinvested into somebody else doing something else. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's evidence in itself. Now, kicker here. One of the biggest question marks this case has had is victory, SBTC, right? So many people have theorized that, is it the Subic Bay Training Center in the Philippines that John trained at? Is it Southern Bell Telephone Company, which had partnerships with Access Graphics? Is it
Saved by the Cross?
Saved by the Cross and the local church where Gary Oliva hung out? Or, we have all these things. Is it that other guy that we'll cover as a suspect that signed SBTC in yearbooks, that something about being the conqueror or whatever, something to be the conqueror? Here's a crazy one, okay?
Okay.
So, Robert Chris Wolf has proof, there is evidence, that he wore a sweatshirt that had SBTC on it. People were able to confirm that was Santa Barbara Training Center.
Whoa.
Connection with the SBTC. Wild, right? These connections are just, they make me flip and turn, and I'm not sure who's the right one here. It is such an onion.
I think the real answer is the town of Boulder had a satanic cult that sacrificed JonBenet Ramsey,
Right.
and all of them are guilty.
Yeah, the whole town.
It is a giant conspiracy.
The whole town. The whole town.
Yes.
All the way to Atlanta.
Yes,
Georgia.
that's why they had her in the pageant beforehand. They put her on display.
Yep.
And then they all sacrificed her.
Yep. That sounds logical.
Sorry. I don't want to make a mockery of it, but I mean,
yeah,
I kind of had to go there.
There's just a ton of
It's
theories.
just insane. I don't understand.
We talk about all of them.
It makes me incredibly sad. This really, really sweet, charismatic, little carefree, happy girl had this many predators
around her. Tell me it is wild.
It literally can bring me to tears. Like,
it's wild.
Like, when I read the autopsy report and, like, her clothes and thinking about, like, her little hands and, like, the way she was tied, it's really, really hard.
I know.
It's really hard. Whoever did this is a monster. And I just cannot wait till we find out who it truly is, because I do think that this case will be solved eventually.
I hope so.
I think it will.
I'm curious what you guys think about the sweater with SBTC. Remember, this is in Boulder, Colorado, hundreds of miles away from Santa Barbara Training Center. And then you have SBTC on the note. So police said they investigated him, right? People were not satisfied with that investigation. So the ex-girlfriend here went out of her way to take pieces of his journal and recreate the handwritten note. Now, do you want to see the comparison?
Oh, gosh.
So this is Chris Wolf, okay?
So he rewrote it.
No, she did. By taking cuts from his journal. She recreated this from his own writing, unknowing. You can't have someone recreate writing. They're just going to do it different. Now, I know you can have experts say that there is no way to do it different. We'll be able to see certain, things that stand out. But someone could do it different. At least gives them a chance. So she took it directly from his journals.
Oh my gosh.
Isn't that close? Look at the M on Mr.
The way his L's have the little bend, the zeros.
Yep.
The zeros in the 1800,000.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that all looks very similar.
Look at on group, the R to O. Both connected.
R to O, the G.
And the U's are not up and vertical. They actually curve in a little bit, like it's the O.
You know what's interesting about the G right there? Is look at how it's like got that little flick at the top. Like, the way he writes his G's, I feel like is not normal. It's like
I agree.
It's not normal.
I agree.
Like, it's not not what you typically see. I feel like the way he's writing that.
I agree. I think there's something very interesting there. And if you look at the 1 on the 118,000 or 100,000, his ones actually have a little curve in them. Like, if you look at my ones are very straight, you guys. I don't have any curves in my ones. They are very hardcore straight. So that's interesting. The 8s are pretty close too, because they're kind of
T's.
Wide. Yep, the double T's on attache,
all the T's,
attache or
all
whatever.
All the T's are super similar. Now, what about the A's? Does he do the full A with the little thing at the top? No, he doesn't.
No, that doesn't mean it couldn't have been swapped, though. Yes.
Oh, so he does it in some and not in others?
Yep.
Where it has the little hook at the top?
Weird. Yep.
That is weird.
That is interesting, right? Is that note not damning?
I mean, Gary Oliva's handwriting kind of threw me for a loop, too.
I know. But the difference in that is you got to remember, Gary wants to be seen as the guy. Could he have changed his handwriting to look like this handwriting? Gary wants to claim that.
How messed up you gotta be in the head to want to be accused of a little girl's
Look, I get
murder?
it. I get it. I hear you.
Like, we've already had somebody come out of the woodwork and say, I did it, and be proved not to have done it.
I know.
It's just...
I know.
So weird.
It is weird. But they submitted this, and multiple people got involved. So you have John Ramsey, who came out at an interview and said, when he was asked specifically about Wolf, okay? And John Ramsey said, you know what's interesting is I think the person that killed JonBenet also killed Cheryl McGraw. Okay, now, that's a nice, smooth transition there. Who's Cheryl McGraw? Cheryl McGraw was, Cheryl McGraw was the one Chris Wolf interviewed. I actually meant Suzanne Chase. I'm sorry, I messed that up, you guys. Suzanne Chase. So, John Ramsey said the one who killed JonBenet also killed Suzanne Chase. So, who's Suzanne Chase? Suzanne Chase was a student at the University of Colorado that was murdered on a sidewalk. Super close.
In broad daylight?
At night. Super close to the Ramseys, and exactly 1 year after the JonBenet.
To the day?
Not to the day, but within a week. So it was on the 21st, and JonBenet is the 25th. So, like, so close. Yeah. And you know how she was killed, Suzanne Chase?
How?
An unknown object to the head. Just like JonBenet. JonBenet was killed from an unknown object to the head.
And strangulation.
Yeah, but I think strangulation is not labeled as the cause of death. I think that was extra. Like that was the staging that they wanted people to think, when really what killed her was the hit to the head. Actually,
I have a lot of evidence saying that the strangulation was actually the ending.
Which is so weird because the garrote isn't. That's. I don't believe that garrote was put around her neck to do that. That is the worst weapon in the entire world of weapons. It is the most inconvenient, unreasonable weapon there is.
That's why I feel like it was like almost like a fetish thing, or it was a staging thing.
Even for fetish, the garrote doesn't do anything.
But the thing is it was embedded, and they know for a fact it was done while she was still alive.
I thought it was post-mortem.
No.
Okay, we're going to have to look at that again, because everything I was reading when I was doing research on this says the opposite. Says that that they believe that the hit to the head killed her or would have killed her.
Well, I can pull back up the autopsy reports.
Yeah.
Because there's the original autopsy report, and then the coroner came out with some statements after the fact talking more about it. Mm-hmm. So, we can look into it more.
For sure. Now, for you guys, here is a picture of Suzanne Chase. Suzanne Chase is bright blonde, looks very similar to JonBenet.
Okay.
Yeah, very weird. Mm-hmm. Similar way of death. Did whatever hit JonBenet in the head, is it the same kind of tool that hit Suzanne Chase in the head? I don't think we'll know. But what's interesting, so the ex-girlfriend called police and said that Chris Wolf killed Suzanne Chase, okay? And it's very similar to JonBenet. Now, so this reporter that was investigating this called Wolf's old number. And Wolf had moved out from that roommate. He got a roommate on the phone that used to live with Chris Wolf. So the reporter started asking him questions, okay, about Suzanne Chase. And he said, Chris Wolf never made any mention to JonBenet, but he did have a love interest into Suzanne Chase. And he said that they went out on one date, that he used to go to a restaurant where she was a cashier and hang out there all day. And when that reporter ended up asking Chris Wolf about it, Chris Wolf said that, and this is strange, he said, yeah, I know who all the pretty girls were at that restaurant. I knew them all. But I didn't have any interest in Suzanne Chase because she's 18 years younger than me. And I don't need another notch on my holster like that. I've already been there and done all that. really strange thing to say.
That is a strange thing to say.
If you're in your 30s and someone is like, hey, like, you think that freshly 18-year-old girl is attractive and you want to pursue her, I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to do that because I don't need another notch on my belt. I'm going to be like, yeah, no.
Yeah.
What do you mean? That she's going to school. Like, no. It's weird.
It is weird.
I feel like that proves that there was some kind of interest there. So the roommate went on further to say that he was pretty open and honest about his interest in Suzanne Chase. What ended up happening was he asked Suzanne Chase out, okay, and Suzanne Chase said no, she won't go out with him in that way because she had a boyfriend, but she would go out with him as a friend. So they went on one date. Wolf lied about this. Okay, and then a couple weeks later, Suzanne Chase was dead, hit in the head. Right?
Man.
I feel like this is super good evidence.
I feel like it is too.
Really good evidence, you guys. 1 year exactly after the JonBenet case.
Just tell a guy no. Like,
yeah.
Go out as a friend.
Well, I don't know how I feel about that. Look, if you want friends, you should be allowed as a girl to have guy friends. I don't see there being anything wrong with that. As long as you're clear that, at least for now, it's not going to go that direction. You as a woman should never have to worry about being murdered.
No.
Never.
No, I'm not talking about murder. I just mean, and it's, I don't know, maybe it's irrelevant. I just feel like when there's a guy who's super into you and, like, asks to go out with you and you're like, no, but I would go out with you, like, just to hang out as a friend, like, the guy is usually, like, his interest in you isn't just gonna go away.
Yeah, that's true.
And if he's, like, a creep, I don't know.
But the problem in that situation is that he could be a creep, not that she's wanting to associate with him.
It can just, I don't know. In my experience, it doesn't lead to anything good. I'm just saying.
I see where you're coming from. However, I still put blame on the man in that situation.
It is his fault.
You should be able to go and hang out with a woman who is saying that she's not interested in you because she has a boyfriend and just hang out with friends. The guy should have enough self-control to say, you know what, I appreciate the offer, but I'm not looking just to be friends, so, you know, here's my number. If something changes, I would really love to take you out one day. Give me a call. You know what I mean?
I know.
Like, I feel like it's not up to the girl in that situation to control him in that way. He needs to control him, you know?
Yeah.
But anyway, so Wolf lies and says that he never went after her, never went out with her. He had some weird statement about knowing every pretty girl in the area. He was 18 years older than her, and they did go out on a date, and then all of a sudden she ended up murdered with a bash to the head like JonBenet. Like, dude, the evidence here just keeps stacking and stacking and stacking. He has a sweatshirt with SBTC on it. This reporter, after talking with the roommate, ended up having a conversation with Chris Wolf, and Chris Wolf chose not to work with police, okay? This reporter talked him into working with police. However, the police were already biased and supposedly believed that he had thoroughly been investigated, so it makes sense to me why he might go under the radar in this situation already.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I'm super curious what you guys think. This, again, is not a common name that I've heard.
It is not a name. I don't think I've actually heard this name at all, if I'm being honest.
Robert Chris Wolf.
Yeah, I don't think I have. And this is exactly why I cannot for the life of me understand why the Boulder Police Department doesn't want to release the DNA found on JonBenet's body for DNA research, the whatever. I can't even say it right now.
Genealogy.
The genealogy testing, so that they can use these databases to possibly find a lead. You know, John Ramsey has been pushing for it. They've, requested it multiple times, and they do not want to release it.
No, they don't.
And I don't understand it. It almost, like, I try really hard.
It's like they're unwilling to be wrong.
I know. And they already have had a change in police chief, I think 2 or 3 times since JonBenet's murder. So when there's a change of leadership like that, like we saw in Gilgo,
that's a new chance to change things.
That is a chance to do things right. And they did it in Gilgo, okay, with the Gilgo Beach murders and Rex Heuermann. With this, they're still doubling down on not doing things that are beneficial to the investigation and finding out who murdered JonBenet. And I don't get it. Why?
I don't either.
I keep asking why. Why are they still not wanting to release these things and be seen as like they did a bad job or were wrong? Is there a different reason than them just not wanting to be seen as wrong? Do they know who did it? Or can they not say it?
Yeah. Yep.
Can they not let it be found out who did it? And I know that goes into conspiracy. I know that goes into conspiracy, okay? But at this point in the case, I just do not understand it.
Have you heard about the reporter with the last name Shapiro? I forget his first name. He is like an activist reporter. Like media hates him because he fights media all the time, saying how bad media is for cases, while he's still a legal attorney, media source, like journalist. And he contacted the FBI and tried to file a lawsuit through one of the Boulder media sources because they blackmailed the chief of police to continue this narrative that it was the Ramseys who did it. That's what he claims. Yeah, and the FBI never took it to the next steps to bring an official charge against them, but that's what he claims was going on. So is there something more that's stopping it? Because the Ramseys themselves were such good moneymakers and media attention and focus? I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, like, is there a benefit to their town, to the media, to, like, everyone involved to, like, keep this not solved?
Yeah. Yep, I wonder. I haven't looked up the details of that blackmail claim or anything like that, but the reporter Shapiro, that's what he claims, that they were blackmailed.
Wouldn't it be interesting to look into, like, how much a town makes on an unsolved, notorious cold case like this? Like, what's the revenue? Because, people totally, like, come there to, like, see the house, and, like, it would be incredibly hard to research and figure that out. Mm-hmm. But it would be interesting to know.
Very.
Like, would they be losing a significant amount of money if this got found out who it was and case was closed?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because people are probably still coming to Boulder to try to figure it out.
Agreed. Yeah, I would be curious to know, too, and I want to know the details of that. Actually, I'm going to add it to my notes here to try and find out those blackmail details, exactly what it was that the Post was doing to blackmail the police department, because I don't know, but I want to know.
I want to know, too.
Because is it the media the whole time that's stalling this because the unknown factor is such good revenue? I don't know. I just know that something needs to break with this. It's not okay to go 20 years with all these possible suspects and not have them continue being pulled in for interviews, relentless interviews, until someone breaks and something makes sense and they figure it out. But the whole time the police needed the Ramseys to be it, and I just don't know if the Ramseys are it. So
I mean, personally, I don't believe so, but I'm not going to say there's no chance. Like, clearly there's a chance. It could be.
You know the SBTC on a number dial? Somebody broke this, but it spells out, like, it. You know how it's like a 1 through 9 or whatever in letters? Well, if you do it that way, it also spells out PATC, Patsy. Yeah.
That's so
tin
ridiculous.
hat. I know, tin hat. But
super tin
people
hat.
trying to figure out like SBTC. I wonder how they figure that. They're sitting there like, oh yeah, I'm on to something.
Yeah.
Hat C. Yep, one of the 4 letters it could be on that number. But I'm super curious what you guys think. I think this is incredible evidence. Did you also know that John Ramsey had a picture behind his desk of the battleship that was ported at the Subic Bay Training Center in Philippines, and on the bottom of that picture, faded in the water, is SBTC.
No.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep. So I think there is some meat on the bone there for the SBTC referencing Subic Bay Training Center, but I don't. It could also be Santa Barbara Training Center. It could also be Southern Bell Telecommunications. It could also be 100 other things. It is such a loop and unknown in this situation. All I know is this is great evidence, and I am truly at a loss for who it is. I feel like Rod Westmore had some good evidence. I feel like this is stronger, but I feel like Rod had good evidence. This is great evidence. Gary Oliva is great evidence with photo evidence of him being at the memorial carrying something that had the same duct tape as what was on her. Like, great evidence. Are we looking at a crime that is more than one person? Could both of these people be involved? Could him as a reporter somehow gotten in contact with Gary Oliva and a comment was made to a girl that looked like JonBenet and the conversation continued and turned into something criminal like this? Like, could this happen?
Yeah. I mean, because
Suzanne Chase looks like a grown-up version of JonBenet. Like, dude.
Yeah, and the evidence with Gary is like the stun gun. That
is a big deal.
She has stun gun marks on her body in 2 different places, and he had a stun gun in his backpack when he was picked up a little later after that. He had written a poem to her. He had pictures of her in his backpack, and it makes you question, why did he feel, and right away, like calling that friend, like right away, why did he have this feeling of like guilt and like, oh my gosh, I hurt her. Like, all of that is so strange that that's why I almost wondered, is he a really mentally unhealthy person who maybe was frogging and staying in the Ramsey's basement and witnessed it?
Yeah.
Saw it happen and somehow internalized
his instability in himself, because he's a convicted molester.
He is.
Yes.
And maybe he was planning on doing it. Who knows? But he saw that happen to her, and so he blamed himself. Because a lot of molesters don't necessarily want to kill the kid. Like, there's separate versions of it where it's like, they want a literal relationship with a child, okay, like you would with an adult, and then there's some who are like violent, you know. Yeah. So I don't know. It's interesting. Yeah. It's interesting looking at all the profiles of the people that were around her and how it seems so probable any of them could have done it.
So
that's why I go back to the satanic cult.
Right, yeah. So someone was convicted in the Suzanne Chase crime, but it's not great evidence, though, because apparently there's evidence that this person had consensual sex with her, because she had a couple different DNA profiles in her from men. And there is still an unknown. So, yeah, absolutely. And so, yeah. Anyways,
girl was having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, good for her. She should. It sucks that she came across a horrible guy that could do something like that. But I am super curious what you guys think. I know this is such an old case, but I just can't put it down. I have to keep looking at these potential suspects, man.
I mean, there's a lot of people who still feel like that about the case to this day. Yep. I mean, it's newer for you to dig into, but there's people who have literally been investigating it since the beginning, and there's so much information on this case.
Yep. But let us know what you think.
Yeah.
And that is it for JonBenet.
So, recently, I started watching some of the trial for the Amie Harwick murder.
Okay.
Do you know who she is?
I don't. I'm awful with names. I might have heard of the case, and I'm just drawing a blank with the name.
So, Amie Harwick was a sex therapist in LA. She was 38 years old at the time of her death. She was really on the road to, like, being extremely successful. She was doing great in LA. Like, really, really well for herself. Until she was tragically ended by her ex-boyfriend.
Oh, man. You know, that's something I forgot to say in the JonBenet stuff is statistically, you know, over 70% of female victims of any age, it's most of the time, like over 70% of the time, it is an ex, a boyfriend, a close person that has some kind of like lover interest in them,
it's
stalker.
Somebody you know.
Yes.
It is most likely always somebody you know.
And that's unfortunate that it was her ex like that. That sucks.
I know. And when you hear about, like, what happened leading up to this, she knew it was coming.
Ugh.
She totally knew. Gareth Pursehouse is 45, and he was absolutely obsessed with her. To the point it was terrifying for her. Like,
unhealthy stalker type obsession. Yeah. Scary stuff.
To the point where he could not live his life without her. Now, he's on trial.
To the point of ending her?
Yeah.
Dude.
He's on trial right now. And he's alleged to have killed her back in 2020 on Valentine's Day. Oddly enough. Ironically enough. Jeez. Valentine's Day. Is it
murder one? Was this planned? Or was it a crime of passion?
It's murder one.
Okay. So he planned ahead of time?
He 100% planned this. He totally did.
If I can't have her, then no one can.
Exactly.
Got it.
And he is trying to claim in court right now that it was all like a mistake, that she accidentally fell from her window to her death by accident.
Oh. Accidentally
he
fell
wasn't trying
out of her
to hurt
window
her.
To her death.
Yeah. But obviously there's much more evidence. Like, all the other evidence totally contradicts that. Like, I don't think it's a question that he did it. I really don't. And the evidence that they have, I think, is incredibly strong, not to mention the circumstances of what led up to it.
Sure.
And that she knew it was going to happen, probably. Like, literally to the point of telling her friends, if something happens to me, it was him.
I did hear that. Once you mentioned the sex therapist out of LA, I have heard about this. I just don't know a lot about it. I didn't know her name. But I did hear that her friends were told ahead of time.
Yeah,
like,
literally tracking her location on their phones.
Oh, man, dude. That's enough evidence as it is.
Yes, she literally set up tracking on her phone. I just heard one of, I don't remember his name, but one of their testimonies, the guy that she went to the red carpet event where Gareth was there, and he was doing photography at that event, and freaked out and literally was like, you ruined my life, like yelling this at a red carpet event.
Oh my gosh. Dude.
Insane. She talked to him for literally hours at this event to try to calm him down. Because
why?
She's a therapist. I think she thought.
Oh no.
I think she thought that she could somehow like she apologized to him for like the hurt that she caused him, because he says
she
that
made a mistake there, unfortunately.
I think so too.
Yep.
She
that's giving him what he wants, the attention. Any attention in that situation is bad attention.
Well, because they hadn't seen each other in a very long time.
Oh,
and then he sees her, and he freaks. And clearly she saw, like, she was trying to have empathy and compassion for him, but when somebody is mentally unstable like that, that isn't going to help. Get away. They're obsessed with you. They want your attention. So, anyway, I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. I want to explain who she was a little bit. So, people around her knew Amie as strikingly beautiful, always dressed very, very well, very fashionable. They say she was like a very adult Wednesday Addams, like a very grown-up, mature Wednesday Addams.
That sounds attractive.
Yeah, that she had a little, like, was high fashion with a little touch of goth. She made the rounds at burlesque clubs and go-go bars in L.A., exhibitions, metal concerts, parties, just everywhere. Like she was a very social person, and had very good taste. But she was also known as like very brilliant and curious, which makes sense considering she's a sex therapist.
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome.
She was fiercely self-sufficient and driven, paid her way through her master's degree at Pepperdine University and doctorate from the Institute for Advanced Study of Human Sexuality by holding up multiple side gigs at once, which include modeling, bartending, fire eating, go-go dancing. What?
Wow. That's amazing.
I know, isn't it?
Incredible.
Isn't it amazing?
And to lose someone like that to somebody and something so stupid.
I know. It really is disappointing. Yeah. So the friend that I was talking about that was tracking her location is Dr. Hernando Chavez. Chavez. Yeah, you're right. Chavez. I knew I said it wrong right away. Chavez. So his testimony is what I was listening to in the court hearing recently. And Chavez was like the witness at this this big gala red carpet event. He's the one who saw all of this. He was standing in line waiting to take pictures like on the red carpet with her, and like came over to check on her a few times. And he said, from the body language he could see, like, he was very agitated, and they were talking, and then once they were done, like, once he went over there and was like, okay, like, we need to go take our pictures, like, this is enough, and they go, he tries to, like, ask what happened. She doesn't want to talk about it until they literally leave, and they're in a parking garage, and, like, they go to the car, and then she just unloads it on him. And it's like, that's my ex. He was abusive. I had a restraining order on him. I think it was expired at that point because it had been that many years. And she explained, like, that he was hurt, that they she believed they were broken up.
That long?
She believed they were broken up and was sleeping with other people, and he did not think they were broken up, so he felt cheated on by her.
Okay. And
that he needed her, like, he wanted to be with her still, like, he was obsessed with her, and that she ruined his life and all this stuff. Well, literally the next day, Gareth gets her phone number somehow and starts texting her, asking to meet up, and she's like, sorry, no. Like, that was a lot. That was heavy. Like, I think we should just, like, not. In the nicest way possible. Ways. Yeah, I mean, she was still trying to be nice. Like, be like, maybe we could, like, talk or whatever, like, be nice when we see each other.
Mistake number 2.
Yeah, I mean, she's trying to...
You just cut it.
I agree.
Period. If someone's being weird, especially in a weird safety, you're worried about your health and safety, dude, you cut everything. And you can do that in a nice way. You can say, look, we have too much of history for us to continue talking. I'm glad that we were able to touch base last night, but going forward, we can't have any more contact. And I like you as a person, appreciate you, but we got to go our separate ways. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it sounds like she was still trying to be nice, like I said, and just like be
thing.
Like, yeah, like we can be okay, like when we see each other and everything, but no, essentially.
Yeah.
So another thing is she also was known as like Drew Carey, the host of The Price is Right's girlfriend. Like she dated him for a little bit.
Sure.
And they broke up in 2018, but they actually were just talking again, like starting to talk again right before her murder, which is like pretty sad. They had a plan to get together and like go on like a little date, and clearly that got cut short.
Yeah, that's awful.
It is.
So, what happened next? Was there any other contact that happened?
So, I mean, not that I know of.
So it went from that to...
So it went from a very violent, like, volatile relationship, okay, where there was abuse, and she got a restraining order and left him. She goes on to become incredibly successful and have a very happy life in LA, and then runs across him, and he freaks out, and then starts texting her, and then literally starts, like, stalking her.
Okay, so next he started stalking her. So finding her in person, trying to get, like, run into her in person, things like that.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if he tried to run into her or not. I'm not sure.
Well, I'm sure that if he has those types of behaviors, and it sounds like he is like classic textbook 101 stalker, then the next step after the texting and being turned down and someone putting their foot down would be to accidentally run into them in person or find out where they are, things like that. I'm just surprised after being apart for so long that it escalated like that. Literally picked up right where it left off.
Yeah.
That is wild. That is crazy.
Yeah, so this Rolling Stone article talks about their relationship, and that, like, when she got with him, that his unhealthy obsession with her is the reason she was in this, like, abusive, toxic relationship with him, because at the time she had abandonment issues. So that obsession made her feel safe. Like, this person will never leave me type thing.
Yeah, it feels good when someone is, like, totally obsessed with you, but as long as it's being done in a healthy way, that doesn't sound like it was in a healthy way, you know?
Yeah, and it sounds like he really was going after her in the beginning, like in the beginning of their relationship, the very beginning. And it sounds like they met in 2010 is when it was at a go-go dancing gig. He, like, made many advances, like, really wanted to be with her, and she liked it, while everyone else was creeped out by it.
Oh.
Yeah, so...
Got it.
A year and a half later, June 2011, is when she filed that restraining order against him and said that he had choked her, suffocated her, pushed her against walls, kicked her, dropped her on the ground with force restrained her, slammed head into ground, and punched me with a closed fist.
Dude, oh my gosh.
Sounds awful.
He should have been in jail just for that alone.
Yeah.
I think people that do like spousal abuse, partner abuse, anything like that, where, you know, you have a relationship with somebody, even if you guys are friends, I guess, it's not just a bar fight, and it is repetitive, like a repetitive fashion, that you can prove some sort of 3 different occasion repetitive abuse. I think people like that should be getting charges to where they do time longer than a year. I don't feel like we are severe enough on those people.
I agree with you. I think domestic violence should be taken way more seriously than it is by the police. I understand that those situations when the cops show up and, you know, they're pointing fingers at each other like they did this, they did that.
That's different.
It is difficult to like figure out what happened.
That's why I said, because domestic abuse has this like people think it's this, you know, unhealthy couple and they are taking advantage of each other, whatever, but it can even be friends. It can be normally the person that is repetitively aggressive and violent with somebody, whether you're in a relationship, a sexual relationship, personal relationship, family, friend, whatever, you guys are brothers, brother and sister, anything like that, like that needs to be corrected. And the only way that I think it could be corrective is through being held accountable in our justice or prison system. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like at the very least, make them take anger management courses like court-ordered.
They do, but I don't think that's enough.
You don't think it's enough?
No way. That is too serious. The rate of people being put in the hospital or ended is too high to not be anything less than a year of jail time and then therapy to make sure they can stay out. I personally think that the court system should go so far to say that you're not allowed to be in a relationship, and if you get caught in a relationship, you go back to jail. I think that that's okay until they graduate therapy.
Yeah, I actually agree with that. That would make sense.
Because the issue isn't the person they're with. The issue is their own internal feelings. So they're the dangerous one. They got to work through whatever that is that's causing that to be able to be a normal functioning person in a normal healthy relationship. Mm-hmm. In my opinion. But
so that original restraining order was dismissed. And then in 2012, she was granted... It was dismissed for lack of prosecution, which sometimes means the petitioner chose not to follow up. Okay. So it sounds like she was granted it, and then it was dismissed like a while after because she didn't follow up with it.
Okay. So like enough time had passed where she's like, I haven't seen this guy, whatever.
Well, no, it sounds like they're still in a relationship because then in 2012, a year later, she alleged that he broke into her apartment multiple times, smashed picture frames.
Dude, what?
Yeah, I don't know. Alleging he had pulled her out... Okay, so she was granted another... Alleging he had pulled her out of a car, giving her a bloody nose, and left her on the freeway. He broke into her apartment, smashed picture frames, texting her the chilling rejoinder that things will get worse. She renewed the restraining order against Purse House. By California law, they can't exceed 5 years because she was terrified to appear in court again with him, be near him. So... clearly, he was incredibly abusive, obsessive, and...
I am blown away that she talked to him for hours at that red carpet, dude.
I am too, especially after getting away from it.
Police right away. The police. Because that's behavior proving he's not over it.
Yeah, and she, for years after that, she would find posts about her on these, like, gossip websites that were, like, super horrible. Like, incredibly cruel. She was afraid somebody would break in and do something to her cat. So, I mean, she was living fearful, okay, of this guy, and it sounds like he kept popping up for years. Like, literally would just keep popping up in some shape or form. Whether that was gossiping about her and saying mean things on the internet, or breaking into her apartment.
Dangerous guy. Clearly, obviously, because he now did what he did. This sounds horrible. For anyone out there, I'm going to put a number up for abuse. You know, what are those lines called? The help lines for, like, people in battered relationships or whatever.
Yeah, and it's like a domestic abuse hotline.
Yeah, I guess it is a domestic violence hotline. But if you yourself or you know anyone in a situation where there are ever hands placed on anybody, man, I just suggest you get out. They have something they got to work through, and there is no fix. There never is. Ever, 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 ever. Never, ever.
I second that.
This is scary. This should be an example why it's so important.
Yeah, and you know what's incredible about her is she really, like, was invested in helping out sex workers specifically. And she did a lot for them, and I think she was an incredibly good person, like down to her core, like really cared about people.
Yeah.
And I think that's why she sat there and talked to him at that red carpet event and tried to make it better. Like, even though she was past it and it had been years, it sounded like, at least that's the impression I have. I think she went into that empathy, compassion, and Chavez says that she went into therapist mode and was trying to help him. And I think it was the wrong thing.
Mm-hmm. I do. I think it was the wrong move. I don't think that there should have been any response. She should have just 100% ignored him. The fact that any attention was given to him, whether it's good attention, bad attention, or other, I don't think he's the type of person that could tell the difference between good attention or bad attention. I think any attention was a mistake. She should have just called the police and been like, hey, this guy is threatening me, verbally threatening me, and embarrassing me, and, you know, given the whole rundown. You're at a red carpet event, man, and got that dang thing reinstated because of that.
Yeah, so the red carpet event I was telling you about was January 17th, 2020. So her murder was Valentine's Day, February 14th. So it was literally a month later, a little bit less.
If it's Valentine's Day, I feel like that's premeditated.
Duh. I mean, that's, yeah, for sure. So it was the same year, a month before, she was set to appear on a panel about mental health and counseling at XBiz, an adult industry business conference and award show. That was the red carpet event that she saw him at. Her appearance was last minute, and she gladly stepped in, and when she was about to rock the red carpet with her friend Chavez is when when she saw him. She hoped that she could, like, from what I heard Chavez saying in the hearing, was in his testimony, was that she hoped, like, she could just, like, move along and avoid it. But apparently Pursehouse just got super agitated, and I feel like that's not clear. Like, was he just looking at her?
For sure.
So where they weren't speaking or anything. He's just he sees her, and the more he watches her, the more angry he gets, and then he just screams over the crowd, "You ruined my life!" Like.
Yeah.
It's okay.
That sounds embarrassing and psychotic
super
and crazy.
Embarrassing. So he yells, "You're a hypocrite. You broke my heart." And he also, like, said stuff like, "You ruined my life, you be," and stuff like that. So then she went into therapist mode. They talked, as I said before, and then after is when they made that whole plan to, like, she was going to get a taser, like, you know, she was going to do, like, her friend Chavez was going to have her location. Like, they were coming up with all these plans for her to stay safe. And then we go to the day of the murder, which was Valentine's Day 2020. And it sounds like she started off that day with a sunrise hike, a Valentine's Day breakfast with her friend Cleopatra at Beechwood Cafe, and then a night out at burlesque shows at Globe Theater with other friends. So she was, like, it was like a whole thing with, it says Miss Tosh. It was it was celebrating the holiday. It was like a Valentine's Day burlesque show, okay? Sure. So, moving on, She, then around 10 p.m., I'm trying to see, okay, so it was after midnight. So after midnight is when she finally goes home. It says about 1:02 a.m., she pulls into the driveway, she texts her friend, and then she enters the home. She was viciously attacked as she made it up to the 3rd floor of her bedroom. So somebody was sitting there waiting. Now, there was a roommate downstairs, and I heard his testimony too. So I think it was about an hour prior to when she got home. He said he heard a crash, like something falling and breaking, but he was asleep. Like, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. He wasn't going out. He was sleeping. He said he was really tired that night. He was asleep. He hears this crash, and he I don't know, he doesn't think much of it.
Semi-wake up, like...
Yeah, and she has a cat, so, like, it could be the cat. And he goes back to sleep.
Sure.
Until he hears her screaming, and he said what sounded like bodies hitting the floor. He said it sounded like 2 people, like it sounded like bodies slamming the floor. And he couldn't find his phone, so he hoped that when he yelled up the stairs to leave her alone, because that's literally what it said, is leave her alone, that would scare off the attacker, but it didn't. So then he ran outside and he jumped over a fence to knock on the neighbor's door and call 911. Nobody answered the door, though, so he starts running door to door until he literally spots somebody on the street with a cell phone and tells them to call 911.
Oh my gosh, dude.
So
that's gonna haunt him forever.
I know. So during this time...
Did he take his phone? He couldn't find his phone?
He couldn't find his phone.
Oh, man. I wonder if he took it. Moved it.
I don't know. I do not know. So, police, when they arrive, find Annie 20 feet beneath her bedroom balcony. She had a balcony that, like, you know, like those French doors, like with a balcony, and she was 20 feet below. She had deep marks on her neck. She had been strangled. She had very bad damage. I think they said to her liver. Okay. Which I don't know if that was from the fall. Like, I haven't quite figured that out.
Could be punching too.
Yeah. So apparently she was attacked, beaten, strangled, and then thrown out of the window. Like, they believe she was literally picked up and dropped. And they find a syringe. Terrifying. A syringe in her bedroom filled with a brown liquid. And at first they thought it was heroin, so they go test it. It's not. It is a lethal dose of nicotine.
What? Oh, man.
Think about the planning.
Yeah.
A lethal dose of nicotine.
He probably didn't expect her to fight like she did, and it changed.
Well, what they're alleging in the trial is that because they have, so a neighbor had just installed cameras, like Ring cameras, a week before. Mm-hmm. And they have, I watched it in the trial, they have him coming up, covering the camera for like a few seconds to make it turn off, and then going, like, he's like, I think it's an alley is I think what it is, and then he's literally breaking into her house, like he's going in there, so that's their proof he was there and that he was breaking into the house.
Dude,
he goes in there,
anyone but him,
and he waits there for like an hour with this syringe, and what they thought was he was gonna like inject her with that, obviously. And the police start inquiring, obviously, like, after they find her, like, who could have done this? Literally everyone's like him.
Yeah.
It was him.
Sure.
So, it says her friend Koshland said that, you know, about the abuse and everything. The police start investigating him. And eventually he's arrested. It says April 16th is when. Oh wait,
Yeah,
that's when
they
he
had to
pled
build
not
the
guilty.
case.
That's when. Okay, so wait. So February 15th, the next day is. I don't know why it doesn't say arrested. It said he didn't. He pled not guilty April.
Okay.
I don't know why it doesn't have his arrest date. I don't remember that.
If everyone knows it's him and knows the background of it, the police probably picked him up pretty quick.
Yeah,
Yep.
they probably just had to prove it and stuff. I'm curious. The only thing I don't know that I haven't learned is, like, do they have any evidence of what he did after the murder? Because I haven't seen any evidence for that yet. Like, what they think he did after. How did he flee? Where did he go? Is there Ring camera footage of him fleeing? I haven't seen that yet. But I find it really interesting that he chose nicotine.
I mean, I think it's a simple decision, and it could be just a Google search away, and it's probably easy to do too. All you gotta do is buy really high nic salt, whatever, and you know what I mean. I don't know if he's smart enough to look into the difference of how your body consumes intramuscular versus intravenous and what all that plan was, but like, yeah. It's not something you hear common, but neither is needle murder.
Right.
So,
right.
Yeah.
So what they think happened is he had every intention, obviously, of waiting there, injecting her with that. But they think he didn't know the roommate was there. And when they heard him, when Gareth heard him yelling up the stairs, he freaked and threw her off the balcony and ran. And when they searched his apartment, they found the same exact needle. And his apartment is the same exact, like, identical brand, everything. Gauge.
God, it's just so crazy. So there's a lot of killers out there that I can put myself in their head a little bit to understand the logic behind why they're making a decision they're making, and understanding that, you know, while they're looking at people as objects, so as long as I put myself in their head and pretend whatever I'm thinking of is, like, you know, an object or whatever, like, it makes sense. 1 + 1 = 2 and things like that. When I look at abusers and stalkers in this way, I have such a hard time understanding. I just don't get it. I just don't understand that need to control somebody in that way, that need that you can't live without them. If you can't have them, no one else can. Like, the willingness to risk your entire life to control somebody else, when, like, I just don't understand how you could have that hunger to control someone else when you're not in control of yourself. Clearly, you do not have control of yourself if you're making decisions that could put you away for your entire life in prison, all because you're trying to control someone else. Like, it just goes back to that, you know, figure yourself out before you can figure somebody else out. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of things that go into that. People who want to control people like that clearly have no self-worth or confidence. I see him as pathetic. Literally.
For sure.
Weak,
Yeah.
coward, pathetic scum.
Yeah. No, he is all of those things.
Literally a giant baby.
Yeah, no, he is all those things. I think where I was going with it is just trying to understand his psyche, how someone can get to that point. Because there's a lot of, like, psychological assessments out there with serial killers where it makes sense. Like, you know, an abusive, horrible, manipulative mother makes you hate women. Like,
well, it's like an addiction.
All those lines make sense how they get to that end result. I can't understand this end result. I just don't get it. It's got to be self-hate, like you said, and maybe because they subconsciously know they're not in control of themselves and their feelings and caring about themselves, that if they force it on somebody else, maybe they will feel like they do, I don't know. I don't know. But you're right. Yeah, he's a piece of trash. He's horrible. I can't believe that they went all those years in between their relationship and this situation, and it picked up again like that. There was literally no ramp up. It's like he was just a ticking time bomb waiting to go. And that's why I feel like people like this should be getting time. Like a year at least. For all those things she listed.
I know.
During the relationship. How is he not behind bars, dude? Maybe she was partially at fault because she wasn't calling the police every time it happened. I don't know. I don't know.
I think the more interesting question here is what causes an obsession to that extent in a person's brain?
Because clearly, obsessions.
Okay, yes, you understand how obsession feels. I think a lot of people do. Most people understand what it's like to be obsessed with something.
Yeah.
But the thing is here is he was so obsessed with her that he felt he could not live without her. He could not live seeing her go about her day being happy, sleeping with other people, other men being able to enjoy her, and not him.
Do you think it's that deep? I don't know if it's that deep.
Yes, it absolutely was that deep. His whole thing was the fact that they were together and she was sleeping with other people, and he did it on Valentine's Day.
Yeah, but obsessions, in my opinion, are never that thought out, and that's what makes obsession. So I have ADHD, for those of you that don't know.
All you're doing is thinking.
No, what? No. The obsession is when I'm able to release and only think about one single thing and obsess over every detail of that, and my focus is so pinpointed and so on that I'm not like considering pros and cons, and I think there could have been no other guys and he still would have done this. I don't think those details of, I can't see her with somebody else. No.
Okay, remove that then. But he was clearly upset she was with other people.
Yeah, when they broke up.
Okay,
yes.
He is obsessing over her and the fact that he cannot have her.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Like all he's doing is thinking about her and the fact that he cannot have her and he is obsessed with her. Yeah. And he wants to have her and he cannot.
Or control her, yeah.
Yeah, but he's not thinking I want to control her.
No.
People don't actively think that.
That's why I'm saying is I don't think he's thinking any of those things. I think that it's like automatic, on autopilot, a prisoner to your own emotional obsessions. I don't think there was any intentional thoughts to this.
Oh, I definitely think so.
Trauma, when you have horrible trauma, you're a prisoner to your own emotions. And I think that he didn't understand or try and think, oh, do I feel this way because she's with guys? Do this? No, I think he's just a sick, disgusting individual that had some kind of trauma in his life and feels like he needs her approval and her to be an okay person in his own head. And he's just floating through this horrible situation.
I think at some points he probably floated through it. But at other points, I do not think he was floating through it. And I don't think he was asking himself why he feels this way. I think he was literally obsessing, thinking, oh my, like, I want her so bad. Like, what a bee. She has betrayed me. She's left me. Like, 100%. I didn't want to, like, say it because it's, like, kind of weird to say it, but I've totally had obsessions over people before, like, when I was a teenager and stuff.
I think we all have.
And I totally was thinking stuff like that.
Yeah, but you're a woman. Women and men think differently in the way that they handle problems and work through problems and things like that. The one reason why I feel like what I'm saying is that... How
can you float through an obsession?
I do it every day. That's what I enjoy about it, is that I am not thinking about every single detail, trying to look at the situation from a 3D model. I am hyper obsessing on one single thing and ignoring everything else around me other than that one single thing and just floating through it. It's autopilot, complete and total autopilot. But hold on.
Okay.
Let me get this out. The reason why I think that he was doing that in that way, because as long as he didn't see her, he was content. The second he saw her, that was that uncontrollable obsession again, because if it wasn't that way, then he would have already done this. He did it because he saw her again and felt that same feeling and went on autopilot and couldn't control himself. So if they never would have saw each other, this never would have happened.
Yeah, but
unfortunately.
I'm just talking about obsessive thoughts. It's not like his head was empty. Like, he was having obsessive thoughts. Like,
yeah.
And when you have thoughts, there's words.
Maybe. I don't know. It's a very weird thing to try and explain. But I don't think of... for me, my obsessions are my autopilot.
Okay, that's not normal.
Maybe it's not normal. I don't know. All I have is my personal experience.
I feel like that's not normal.
Maybe. I don't know. But I'm a guy. I got ADHD. I love having obsessions into things, and I just do it in a very healthy way and let go and go through it. And I think that these types of obsessions are in a very similar way, except they are uncontrolled. They don't have the skills. They don't have control over themselves to be able to control it. And when he gets these thoughts in his head where a normal person is like, disgusted by that thought, I can't believe I thought about that. You push it away, and move on. He isn't able to do that. Yeah. He's not able to push that thought away. It consumes him.
Yeah, absolutely. But I want to know what you guys think about obsession and what causes it. Like, what is it genetic? Is it a chemical imbalance? Like, are some people more predisposed to it? Like, because I feel like everybody's had an obsession with something.
Yeah, for sure.
But like to this extent, like, I want to know what causes that in a brain. Like, is there certain kinds of trauma that lead to obsession more? But most importantly, I want to know what obsession feels like to you. Yeah. Is it like Brendan is saying, where it's like almost like it's like autopilot, like you're not really thinking obsessive thoughts, like, or is it like I'm saying, where when I'm obsessed with something, I'm totally thinking like these obsessive thoughts and it's words. Mm-hmm. It's not just like, I don't know, the way you're explaining doesn't even make sense to me.
So, okay, here's a good example of my obsession. Just imagine taking a toilet paper roll and looking through it, and anything that you see in that is the only thing you're thinking about, and you are allowed to ignore everything else in the world around that, okay? Now...
that's obsession.
Yeah, but I can do that on autopilot, where I'm not having intentional thoughts about it. I just go.
Okay, yeah, that doesn't make sense to me.
I don't know how else to
I
explain it.
have to actively be thinking of it.
Like me obsessing over things and like shutting everything else out and just like total and complete obsession on video games, on projects, on whatever I'm doing, until it is perfect, is me like calming myself. It's calming. I love obsessing.
Yeah, but like video games are like kind of mindless. Like, of course you're not thinking like, oh, I got to do this in the game. I got to do, like, you're playing the game, you're enjoying yourself,
Maybe.
You're enjoying the mindlessness of it. So I feel like that's different than being obsessed with a person that you can't have. Like, I feel like there has to be thoughts there. He literally premeditated her murder.
Yeah, maybe.
Like, he's clearly thinking thoughts.
And
it's not just this. I don't feel like it can be autopilot.
Maybe I'm just a type of person where I've never been in a situation where I've felt that way, so I just don't have a good understanding of it. I think that's totally possible. But if you want to share what you obsess about. I think everyone has obsessions, for sure.
I obsess about one type of food for months, and then I'll hate that food, and then obsess about a different type of food.
Yeah. I can literally obsess about anything.
So can I.
Literally everything. But I choose not to, and I set time limits for myself on things and stuff. Otherwise, I will ignore all the important stuff in my life and only care about that.
But I want to go back to Amie Harwick. What happened to her is, like, she was literally a beacon for survivors.
Yeah.
Like, she was doing so much good for sex workers, survivors of domestic violence. Like, she was actively working in these communities for these organizations, being a therapist that saw them and tried to help people through it personally. Like, doing so much.
Yeah.
Seriously, so much. And I think genuinely was an amazing person.
Yeah.
And it's really unfortunate that she met this guy when she was traumatized and not healthy, and it all these years later led to him murdering her.
Yeah,
like, I feel so bad for her family and her friends, and I'm going to be following this trial because I want to see him get convicted to prison for the rest of his life and look like an idiot up there trying to say that it was an accident.
Yeah, the world lost a really good person and left with a really crappy one. So hopefully the rest of his life is behind bars.
Yeah, and I want justice for her, and I'll be following it, and any updates that seem relevant, we'll update you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So this week's Idaho 4 update is actually, like the Star Wars universe, how there's cut off stories of like other Jedis or bounty hunters or whatever, and it's still in the Star Wars universe. Well, this is a story in the Idaho 4 universe. However, this is going to be a 2-part series, and I'm going to save this video until we do the second part next week and really dig into it. So we've been talking about this a couple different times on our stream, and we are covering the Dr. Moore and Mrs. Moore case, which is right by Moscow, and why it's important to the Idaho 4 case is it involves 2 Idaho State police officers, one very, very, very key detective police officer that made really important decisions in the Bryan Kohberger Idaho 4 case, where they drove interviews and took tips and said, hey, we need to go search this, we need to go search that, this is our guy, this isn't our guy, this is somebody we can mark off, that's somebody we can mark off, like, had a ton of influence in the Idaho 4 case. Now, do you know who I'm talking about?
Yep.
Who is it?
He is a chiropractor?
Yeah, okay, so Dr. Moore. But the police officer I'm talking about is Tolson.
Oh.
Yep. So Officer Tolson. Now, do you guys remember this here? Where Ann Taylor is asking the court, essentially saying, look, Judge, we requested this information. We requested the training documents and background history of these 3 officers, and the state still hasn't provided it to us, and we've asked 4 times, and we still don't have it. Well, Tolson is one of those officers. Thought to be one of those officers, because that was sealed information or whatever.
Yep.
But he is one of those officers. And what's interesting is we have...
Allegedly, he's one of those officers.
We have articles coming out like this one here, where it says, officer connected to Kohberger case, under investigation. An officer in Idaho is involved in an internal affairs investigation that could affect the prosecution of this case. So... this is a big deal. This is a really big deal. And tonight I feel like we'll get a good understanding of why it's a big deal and who's involved in it. And then the next video, we will go through the crime, the actual crime, and the criminal activity that the police did in this case here. So, who is Dr. Moore and his wife? We have here the United States District Court for the District of Idaho, Daniel Lee Moore and Karen Moore, husband and wife plaintiffs, versus the City of Bonners Ferry, Brian Zimmerman, Martin Ryan, Michael Van Leuven, who had some doing in the Idaho 4 case too, Gary Tolson, and John and Jane Doe 1 and 2 as agents of Bonners Ferry Police Department. So, how this came to be, because this is kind of the end report of all of this. Dr. Moore was a chiropractor, was a doctor, okay? He had a doctorate, and he had his own practice, and he moved into the Bonners Ferry area in the 90s and had over 20 years at his own office, okay, and had a thriving business, you guys, and nothing but great reviews, tons of customers, heavily invested in the local community. Essentially, what I'm painting here is he was like a perfect citizen, somebody you would want to have in your community, somebody who's there for your community, who is a good person, a model citizen, and had kids and a wife. And what's amazing is his wife was an at-home mom, helped raise the kids while he took his business and grew it. They did together. And when the kids grew up to a point where she could go back to work, she went back to work as a nurse, which is her profession, worked in schools, took care of kids, like incredible people. Nothing bad that I could find about him here. So then, dun dun dun, a murder takes place. The first one in this area in quite a long time, okay? And the murder took place of another doctor, another chiropractor that had moved into this area. He was serving customers out of this area and another area and another area. We'll be digging into him in depth in the next episode and going through kind of those details, background, the crime itself. But he was shot and killed, in short, okay? And there was no evidence tying Dr. Moore to this crime. None. Zero. Zip. Nothing, okay?
But the connection, are you going to talk about the connection between the two?
What connection?
So, I thought we saw that Dr. Moore, the other chiropractor, actually worked with Dr. Moore at some point, like worked at his practice or something like that. Like when he first moved to town.
No, I think what I saw is they were working on the same road, very close to each other. If we said that they were working together, I don't believe so. I haven't gone through the actual report itself yet. I know we did on stream. We've talked about this on stream, but I'll have to re-verify that. But I don't think so. I think the story that the cops were spinning was that Dr. Moore was mad that this guy came into town, was taking business from him, which caused him to want to shoot him dead, which... ridiculous.
Yeah, like he made his own private practice and was taking his customers.
How dare him? We need to end him for taking some of my customers away. You know what I mean? But they just worked on the same street in the same area, whatever. So, but yeah, so we'll get into all that next time. And there was no evidence tying Dr. Moore to this.
Well, a North Idaho man accused of shooting and killing a fellow chiropractor suffered a brain injury when he was arrested last week, and that's according to his lawyer. Daniel Moore appeared before a judge in Bonners Ferry this morning, and he was arrested last week and charged with shooting and killing a man back in March. Moore is a chiropractor from Bonners Ferry, and the man he's accused of shooting was a chiropractor in town as well. Authorities haven't said why they believe Moore killed the man, but court documents say the victim was shot in his back through a window. The man died in his office, and this morning, Moore's lawyer expressed concerns that he was questioned by police after that brain injury. A judge then granted a request for Moore to be transported to a local hospital to receive an evaluation.
Now, what's some of the evidence they did have? And this is super interesting because think of the Idaho 4 case with this, okay? They had video of a vehicle driving to the crime scene and away from the crime scene. Very similar to the Idaho 4 stuff, okay? Within that video, it was an unmatching car to Dr. Moore's. So, What ended up happening was they took video of Dr. Moore's car and changed timestamps on them. The police did. The police changed timestamps on him to make it match the time of death. Once they came up with the time of death, then all of a sudden the timestamps changed. Crazy.
Which is interesting when you think about the timeline change in the Kohberger case and the Idaho 4 case too, because we had this one time, we had this one car with a certain year, make, model, and then all of a sudden the script flipped. It's actually this time and this car.
Yep, and it flipped right before, the week before they picked up Kohberger, you guys.
And we're following him to Pennsylvania, allegedly.
And what's interesting is the same man was involved, the same officer. Officer Tolson was involved. So when that report that came out saying that there's an officer that's being investigated that could screw up this case or whatever, it's totally him. Like, you just connect the dots here, you guys. Come on, you know, this is public information we're reading, and yeah. So, all right, I guess before we go through all the evidence, well, so who is Dr. Moore? Dr. Moore is a chiropractic physician, purchased his chiropractic business in Bonners Ferry in 1997 and operated his chiropractic clinic very successfully for well over 20 years until he was forced to close his business and leave the community. He left due to the egregious and lawful actions of the defendants as set forth herein. Who is Karen Moore? After raising their children at home, Mrs. Moore, a registered nurse, served as the public school nurse as Bonners Ferry community from 2012 until her retirement in 2020. Mrs. Moore lived in the community until she too was spurned and rejected after law enforcement broadcast their apprehension of her husband, whom they labeled a confessed killer. Consequently, plaintiffs, Dr. Moore and his wife, Karen Moore, the Moores collectively have lost their ability to continue to live and work in what was their home and in the community in which they raised their children and prospered. They have been shunned, badgered, banished, and their lives have been threatened.
They built a life.
Heavily invested life.
Yeah, heavily invested in the community, like to the point where they knew city officials. Like they were very involved in their community.
They were.
So it's just really sad.
It is sad. It is sad, and it's so sad how the police knew, you guys. They knew, for 100% sure knew, that Dr. Moore wasn't the guy. So why? Why did they make him the guy? I don't get it. This feels like a power-hungry exchange. Like, they had no involvement with the police before any of this, so why? It literally looks like it's just because. Just because they could. Who is Brian Zimmerman? At all times relevant here too, defendant Brian Zimmerman was employed as the chief of BFPD, acting under color of law and in his individual capacity with the scope of employment pursuant to the statutes, ordinance, regulations, policies, customs, and usage of the city of Bonners Ferry. He is sued as an individual capacity. Who is Martin Ryan? Defendant Martin Ryan was employed as the assistant chief of BFPD, acting under color of law, and the same thing that I just said. Martin Ryan was actually the coffee owner's brother-in-law also, because the shot that killed this guy came from a coffee shop. So police were literally tied to the location that the shot was fired to, and it was the assistant chief that was tied to that location. So who is Michael Van Leuven? Michael Van Leuven was employed as a detective with ISP and an agent of BFPD, acting under the color of law. Who is Gary Tolson? Defendant Gary Tolson was employed as a detective with ISP, Idaho State Police, and an agent of BFPD, acting under the color of law in his individual. So yeah, now that we know who all the parties are, we have the chief of BFPD, Bonners Ferry Police Department. We have the assistant chief, BFPD, Bonners Ferry Police Department. We have 2 Idaho State police officers, Van Leuven and Tolson, who were involved in the Idaho 4 case, acting on behalf of the Bonners Ferry Police Department here, okay? So, we talked about the manipulated video footage where the timestamps are changed. Mm-hmm. So during the real video footage, there's a two-toned car that can be seen, a two-toned SUV, beige and white, driving to the scene and away from the scene. The police manipulated the timestamps to make it look like Dr. Moore's car was going to the scene and from the scene during the time of the murder, okay? Now, there were eyewitnesses to this murder. They heard a pop and then saw somebody running away. Running. That's important to remember that they were running away, okay? Mm-hmm. So those eyewitness statements didn't match the description of Dr. Moore. And you know what's interesting is the police took these 2 eyewitnesses and they gave them a lineup of photos with Dr. Moore in it, and they couldn't identify it. Then they showed them a picture of Dr. Moore, and they said that it was a completely different skin color, so a different race, completely different hair color, younger.
Oh
and
my gosh.
Yeah, and these were eyewitnesses, and these 2 police officers buried this information. Buried it. Okay? Here's another interesting point to that. So, the 2 eyewitnesses saw this man running away from the scene of the crime. Did you know Dr. Moore, and I don't know if we talked about this last time, Dr. Moore had an injury to his knee that made it impossible for him to run.
What? No, I didn't know that.
He couldn't run. It was impossible for him to run. And these 2 eyewitnesses saw him running from the scene.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And a different race, different hair and color, and different age.
So they did not see Dr. Moore.
No, and the police knew this for 100% certainty. So I keep going back to the question here. Why?
Yeah, why
it's
frame
so frustrating.
him?
It's so frustrating. It is so frustrating. I don't get it. I don't understand it. Is it just because they wanted to have a high close rate? Why?
Yeah, that's why I thought it was interesting that the deceased chiropractor's wife was texting, wasn't it the chief of police?
Yep.
Or something like that?
Yep, there's a connection.
And she's the one that tipped them off and said she thought it was Dr. Moore.
Could she have been hooking up with one of the police officers? See, that's what I go back to.
That was my theory when we talked about this the first time, was that's odd. She's texting this police officer
and telling them who to look for.
Telling him, hey, look into Dr. Moore, because I think, like, you know, they were competing, like, business-wise. It could have been him, like, kind of basically, I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
Well, we should actually be able to read it in part 2. But that was my question. Like, was that all planned? Like, was she hooking up with the police officer, and she wanted her husband killed?
Yep. And he had a background, you guys, and we'll get into that next time. That guy who died, while it doesn't, his background doesn't mean he deserved to die. That's not what I'm saying. But it shows that there could have been, like, some animosity and issues in his relationship. That's what I mean by his background, which could have caused the wife to want to pursue this, you know. And remember,
they were struggling financially, like, significantly.
Struggling financially, and he was still sleeping around. But almost every time a couple, when one of them gets murdered, it is the other. Yep. Almost every time, you guys. So, Dr. Moore had an alibi. Mm-hmm. A rock-solid alibi. He's BFFs with the county coroner, an elected official, okay? And he was over at his house that night, and that his house is, I think it said, like 300 feet or something, like real close to his business, okay? And during the time of the murder, he was in his house, and the coroner gave an eyewitness statement saying that he was in his house and that he couldn't have been there doing the murders. Do you know what the police did?
What?
They went to that county coroner eyewitness and said, basically threatened him and said, police and nobody want to work with you because you're giving this eyewitness this sworn statement.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So more witness intimidation.
Yep.
Makes you wonder, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Trying to figure out why is what I keep going back to. Why? So.
Wouldn't it be interesting, because Kohberger, okay, came out with this, like, alibi but won't give the details of it and is saying that they could have witnesses. They could. Wouldn't it be interesting to find out that, like, witnesses won't talk?
The police talked them out of it? Mm-hmm. Yeah. It would be interesting.
I mean, totally speculation here. But,
oh, yeah. Yep.
If you have police officers that have done something as heinous as literally basically threatening
an elected
official who is a witness that can validate somebody's alibi to murder, they're totally capable of doing it again.
I agree.
Like, what, you think they're just not going to do that kind of stuff again?
I agree. So they had no evidence, okay? None. Yeah. Zero. Zip. Very similar to the Idaho 4 type situation, which, again, this could be like the Idaho 4. We keep saying that we think that they could have worked backwards and that it's not some big conspiracy that the DA's part of and everything. Literally, the police can change and alter these things so nobody knows any other way. Like, that is totally possible in this situation. So they were set on Dr. Moore being the guy. And what's interesting is Dr. Moore had a gas leak in his office that made him pass out one day. And somebody drove by, I think it was the coroner, and found him like just coming to. And the police heard about this and tried to make it sound like he was trying to end himself. And what's interesting is there were accounts all the week leading up to that his entire office staff had headaches and were feeling dizzy at work. So they tried making it seem like he loosened up this gas pipe to end himself, but there's evidence that people were having issues all week leading up to it. Doesn't make sense. So, okay.
What, do you think they were trying to kill him?
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no clue how deep this could go after hearing all this stuff.
I know.
And that's what's scary and that's what's wild, because this sounds tin hat.
It does sound it, but it's all official.
It is. It is all official.
Like, it's all fact.
It's all been tried in a court of law.
Yes, we're reading it from court documents.
So, by this time, they are dead set that it's Dr. Moore. So what they do is set him up. They call Dr. Moore and say, hey, we just want to take you off the suspect list, so we need you to bring your wife's gun in, even though they knew that gun wouldn't match. They just wanted him to come in. So he grabbed his wife's gun, brought it into the police station. The police said, okay, thanks, we want to talk to you while we test your gun. They took Dr. Moore to a secure location in the police department and started interrogating him. Okay. Now, they used forcible, manipulative tactics in this interrogation. And he asked for an attorney 4 different times. He asked for a lawyer 4 different times. They denied him that right every single time, which is against the law for you guys that might not be in the U.S. or don't know or anything like that. When you ask for an attorney, you have to give it to him.
And everything's supposed to stop.
Yes, everything's supposed to stop. He wasn't read his rights, nothing, and they went to him and said, hey, we have all the evidence we need to convict you on murder 1. Now, in Idaho, you guys, murder 1 means death penalty, okay? So they're saying, hey, this is essentially what they're telling Dr. Moore. We are going to end you if you don't admit to murder 2, because we already have all the evidence that could prove in a court of law that we could land a murder 1 case against you. Yes. and denying an attorney and holding him there for hours and using tactics like, hey, we're part of the same community. Our kids have played sports together. I'm trying to help you right now by getting you murder too. I am trying to help you out, bro.
Because you're going down. Because you're going down whether you like it or not. Because with murder one, unless you confess.
Repeatedly said, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't do this, you know? And a stand-up guy in his community. So after all these tactics and hours of not giving up, he finally admits to murder too because he's afraid for his life, dude. This was a non-legal interrogation. So he goes to jail. An attorney ends up helping him out, and he files a lawsuit against the police department. The courts end up re-looking into this, and they determined that this was... So when he got convicted, the only evidence was the admission to guilt. They had nothing else. Zero. That was everything. And did you know when he got convicted? Here's another tie to the Kohberger case. When he got convicted, the police reached out to media and said that they had a huge investigation against Dr. Moore where the FBI was involved, where there was like 5 different agencies involved, and they had all the evidence they need, exculpatory evidence, they have direct evidence, they have a slam dunk concrete case against Dr. Moore. And you know what evidence they actually had? None. Zero. Zip. Nothing.
Well,
only
just fabricated crap.
Yep, fabricated and only the confession. That's it. Okay, so he ended up getting let out. Like, I'm so glad for him because he should have never been in there anyways, right? Yeah. He got out. They threw away his admission because it was a forced confession and there was zero evidence here. He tried to go back to his normal life, and the police didn't let it go. They started stalking him. These officers started stalking him. The Brian Zimmerman, the chief of police, and the assistant chief of police, all day long they would have cop cars parked in front of Dr. Moore's business, interrupting his patients, painting an image saying this is the guy, stopping customers from coming in there, threatening, making people feel threatened because they owned a coffee shop right down the street, and like, dude, ruined his life, turned his whole life upside down.
Yeah, this is a small town, too, where people, like, gossip and stuff, and for the police to be sitting outside, like, the only chiropractor in town, stalking him and, like, saying he's guilty.
Yeah. And as you guys can probably see, this gets me worked up because, like, I try so hard to back our police and justice system, and this is such a disgusting abuse of power. Like, I just don't get it. I don't understand how ISP let Tolson or Van Leuven anywhere near this case. The Idaho 4 case, like, I don't understand it. This goes back to what I say over and over and over again, that if there is an open investigation against a police officer, like this is a prime example, their badges should be taken away. They should be given paid leave because they are too much of a liability to be on the job. Just pay them and take them off the street. Because watch, they're going to be the reasons that Kohberger gets thrown out. And maybe Kohberger's innocent. I don't know. Maybe he's guilty. I don't know. But we should always have an honest case in front of us with honest evidence.
Yeah. Absolutely. I just am so confused that after, like, this was all written up in official court documentation. So how were all these cops not in trouble after fabricating evidence, like perjury, stalking, like all of these things? Like, there's probably many more crimes there that I just don't know the words for, right language for, but they literally shouldn't have been able to go back and be police.
Yeah, this is mobster type criminal behavior. It is insane.
And this is what police around the nation should be trying to avoid, is looking like this.
Yeah. Yep. They stole items from Dr. Moore, too. Computers, really expensive items that should have been returned to him, and they refused to return them. They refused, flat out. Even when he was claimed innocent, they flat out refused to return it. Dude, what? How do police have this kind of power? It's insane.
I genuinely don't know. And okay, so I could understand them doing it in the first place, I guess, because it's like all secret and the court doesn't know about it. But how after?
Yeah.
How after do they continue to have that power is what I don't know. When the court knows about it. Like, it's out there. Everybody knows about it.
I don't understand. I have no idea.
Like, how was he able to go work on the Kohberger case?
I don't. That's what I'm saying. That's why I think that it should just be a blanket statement. He's a liability. Yeah. Yeah, he's a liability. And how many pieces of evidence did Tolson touch in the Kohberger case is what I want to know. How many pieces of evidence were found through him in the Kohberger cases? I want to know. And why was the FBI said they were involved in this case when they weren't? I don't understand. None of this can be trusted. And we're supposed to trust that he did it honest for some reason in the Kohberger case. Like, as a police officer, don't you want to get the right guy?
Yeah, that's kind of the goal, right?
I feel like police officers should be like called to that position and called to action to they feel like they need to serve and keep their community safe. This is not keeping a community safe.
No, you're making it more dangerous.
Yeah, you're letting a real killer go. A real killer. It makes me feel like maybe you were involved in the killing.
Yeah.
Man, I want to know what you guys think. Next week, we're going to dive into the crime itself and go through some of those details so you can see how connected the police are to the scene of the crime.
Yeah.
It's eye-opening. It is wild. And just to recap here, we have police manipulated video footage evidence. Officers knew 100% that Moore wasn't the guy. They ignored eyewitness accounts. They forced confessions. They threatened the coroner. They stalked Dr. Moore. They ignored Dr. Moore asking for a lawyer 4 different times. They caused him to close his business, stole Dr. Moore's expensive computers, phones, and unrelated items, blackmailed people. There was literally zero evidence tying Dr. Moore to it, and eyewitness accounts manipulated. Yeah, crazy.
It is crazy. I just don't know how they're on the streets.
Yeah.
To this day.
I don't get it. But I want to know what you guys think. And, man, mind blown.
Yeah.
Mind blown.
I definitely stay tuned for part 2 where we go into the details of what they actually did.
Yeah.
Because it's even more mind blowing.
It is. Hearing the story.
Yeah. I have seen this all over the place, and it's absolutely insane. And I feel like mainstream media isn't even covering the half of it, to be honest. So I watched some stuff from Court TV and other mainstream true crime type YouTube channels and news outlets and stuff. And what we're talking about is Ruby Franke. She's a YouTuber, or I guess YouTuber. She used to have a channel called 8 Passengers that she started with her husband and 6 kids.
Okay.
And they were the 8 passengers,
Yeah.
So they started this YouTube channel, and it got a lot of attention. I think at some point she had 2 million subscribers, a little over that. But over time, people started criticizing her parenting. And once you start looking at some of the clips, you understand why. There's several situations where here's one. two of her little boys are like giggling and messing with each other, and she's like, stop, basically what it looks like you're doing is hurting him, but they're laughing and having fun, and she's like, if you don't stop, you're gonna lose the privilege to eat. Also, another situation is her 6-year-old daughter forgot to pack her lunch for school. Goes to school, teacher calls and says, she didn't bring her lunch today. Could you drop it off? And she said no. And she doesn't want anybody else to give her food either, because she should be responsible and pack her own lunch. That's her job, is to pack her own lunch, and she forgot. So, and she said, the teacher really just wants me to satisfy her uncomfortability. It makes her uncomfortable, her not having food and being hungry, and she won't do it, basically. There's another situation where she took away her son's bed for literally I think it was a month, and he slept in a beanbag chair as a punishment. So, much scrutiny for a while, and then she meets a woman, which this is interesting. So one of her older sons gets in trouble. She's Mormon, okay? She's part of the Mormon church in Utah. She sends, which it's a known thing in the Mormon religion to send their kids, when they're in trouble, to these places, these camps, basically, for kids.
Okay.
And he gets a therapist basically assigned to him, and she's a therapist that works with the Mormon church. Okay. That woman's name is Jodi Hildebrandt. Now, this woman is notorious, okay, as I've come to find out while researching the case. Some of the things I've heard are just downright shocking about this woman. But she gets assigned to the son, okay, and then Ruby meets her and I guess starts getting help for her and her husband's marriage.
Okay.
Now, Jodi has focused on helping people with porn addictions and things like that. And so I listened to a really interesting interview, and the guy's name, I'm blanking on it right now. I forgot to write it down, but it's through Hidden TrueCrime, which it's an incredible interview, and I'm so happy they did it because I feel like it revealed a lot, a ton about Jodi Hildebrandt. His name is Adam Steed, okay? They have part 1 and part 2 of an interview with him, and he goes into detail of what Jodi did to him. Ruined his marriage, ruined his life in a lot of ways, and he was a survivor of child SA.
Okay.
And he had an issue with watching porn, goes to get help for him and his marriage, and what she does is, she basically creates a system where you have to, all these problems in your life are really just addictions. And, she somehow gets the wife involved and is you need to refrain sex with him.
Okay.
And then no more sleeping in the bed together. And then this whole thing, he talks about how she believes there needs to be a death in the relationship. Your relationship needs to die to become brand new. But really what ends up happening is they just get a divorce, and this person never gets better because they're in this place of shame, having no sex, being outcasted from their relationship basically, and they're literally just going to become more obsessed with porn. I don't know, it's just not healthy.
Yeah.
Okay, she violates his HIPAA rights by sharing records with a university or something like that he was going to at the time. A lot of her teachings align with the Mormon faith, though. So you have that element here.
Jeez.
And Ruby Franke was recently arrested for child abuse. And that's what we're going to get into here. But I'm giving some background of, like, how this could have happened. Because Court TV was saying, well, I think Ruby Franke was a YouTuber, and, you know, people get bored with family channels when it's the same old. So I think she was, like, going extreme to get the views. No. Don't believe that at all. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Abusing your children is not a way to get views, in my opinion. Like, and I don't think that was her aim here at all. Like, oh, more extreme with the abuse and that'll get the views. Like, no, that'll get your kids taken away. Like, and then no views and no money. Yeah. Like, when people abuse their kids, typically they try to hide it. But she didn't. She broadcast it to the world, which makes me think that she really thought this was like a parenting style and technique that was okay.
It sounds like it.
So, why did she think it was okay? Okay, so we were just talking about the Steed interview, okay, on Hidden True Crime, and how this woman literally destroyed his relationship with his wife. Apparently, within the Mormon religion, he was already having trouble with being a child SA survivor, and people looked at him like, can you be around kids because you're a survivor? Like, you might be an abuser. And she really adds to the stigma. She added to his porn addiction. She added to the strife in his relationship. And him and his wife get a divorce. And it's ugly and it's bad. And she completely turns his wife on him. And you also have the issue with these camps and the way the Mormon religion, for some reason, I don't exactly understand it, but there are channels that can help you understand it. And I'll cite a few on screen now that I feel like have been covering the Mormon religion and child abuse very well. Like, they've done a really good job, but child abuse literally seems rampant in the Mormon community.
Yeah.
Like, it sounds really awful. There's people who are no longer Mormons that have channels that talk about these things. And I think it's interesting, and it deserves more light to be shed on it, because Mormons really like to hide this stuff. Like, in these states like Utah, their legislators are Mormon.
I know.
So
it's crazy.
They literally are like their own thing. Like, their whole state is like a legit Mormon state, and they can easily hide these things about their communities. And child abuse seems like it's a big one. So, there was a cousin that came out that had some relation to Ruby Franke. It was kind of anonymous. But we just know it was like a cousin and a relative. She came out in an interview and said that when she was a child, she was abused in a very similar way to what Ruby Franke was doing to her children. And that this is multi-generational abuse that has been taught and repeated literally for generations.
Yeah.
So, what happened? Well, Ruby Franke was arrested August 30th, the evening of August 30th, in Ivins, Utah.
Police say this is the house a young child escaped from and went to a neighbor's house asking for food and water. They said that child was severely malnourished, along with another one they found inside the same home. Now, we talked to neighbors in this area, and they said that they don't really know the homeowner of this home very well. But she's in business with a woman who has gained a huge following online, with YouTube videos getting hundreds of thousands of views.
So being a mom's a full-time job, but...
Popular Utah family vlogger Ruby Franke was arrested Wednesday. The 41-year-old mother of 6 is known for sharing clips of her children's daily lives on their now defunct YouTube channel, 8 Passengers.
No.
Today, she and her business partner, Jodi Hildebrandt, are accused of abusing some of them.
No. My bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October. And they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago.
Police say a clearly malnourished 12-year-old child crawled out of the window of Hildebrandt's Ivans area home. A neighbor called 911 when he showed up at their house asking for food and water. Officers say his wrists were duct taped. He had wounds from being tied up across his body. Investigators say they found a 10-year-old girl inside the same house who was also malnourished. Franke's family vlogs ended without a specific reason given. Franke now works for the Utah County company Connections along with Hildebrandt. It's described as a treatment program for those with mental health and addiction issues. Connections has been the subject of a lot of controversy, specifically for its teachings on parenting. Many of Franke's siblings are also online content creators. Her sisters released a social media statement saying, quote, "Ruby was arrested, which needed to happen. Jodi was arrested, which needed to happen. The kids are now safe." Franke's eldest daughter, Sherry, posted this picture on Instagram with the caption, "Finally." In the next slide, she said her family is glad justice was served. She wrote, quote, "We've been trying to tell police and CPS for years about this," end quote. The Santa Clara Ivans Police Department did not provide an update on the children's condition. According to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, Franke is still in custody. At this point, we know the Santa Clara Ivans Police Department is working with the Springville Police Department on this case. We will continue to bring you updates as we get them, both down here in southern Utah and up in Utah County. Shelby Lofton, KSL 5 News.
As well as Jodi Hildebrandt, which was her therapist. And this is after one of the sons shows up at a neighbor's house. So they're at Jodi's house, okay? Jodi's house, not Ruby's family home, but Jodi's house, where she is staying. Ruby is staying with Jodi, okay?
Okay.
Well, the little boy goes to the neighbor's house and is begging for help. And the neighbor notices he looks like he's been starved. Like he looks malnutritioned.
Yeah, malnourished.
And also, he has duct tape around his wrist and his ankles. And he has wounds around his ankles and his wrist from what I assume now were chains and ropes.
Oh my gosh.
So he calls 911 and he tells them about this, and the cops go check out the house and they find one of Ruby's daughters in the same condition. They're arrested. Family members come out, like the eldest sister and brother. The eldest sister, who's now an adult, has been saying like she's so happy this finally is being taken care of. The authorities have been alerted and the kids are safe. That a lot of the family has been trying for a while now to get help and do something. The father of the kids is estranged. Yeah. They're not together anymore. He said he had no idea. He's working hard to get his kids back. And thank God they're safe now. But now Ruby and Jodi are facing child abuse charges for this. They were literally starving them and chaining them up. And why? So basically, Ruby canceled her channel. So when she met Jodi, it's really interesting because basically the timeline is she had this YouTube channel with her family. Son has trouble, goes to this like therapy type camp for children, which Paris Hilton went to one, by the way.
All right.
Yeah. So, and abuse is rampant in those. Gets this therapist. Then the wife, Ruby, meets with her and starts seeking marriage help from her. That destroys their marriage in a very similar way to what happened to Steed, I think.
Okay. Yep.
Because this is what Jodi does. And there's many victims of hers that are just now coming out and talking about it because they were scared to before.
Yeah.
Because
had to break
the Mormon church backs this woman. So,
which is crazy because the Mormon church gives men all the power. And it sounds like what she does is tries to turn it and give the wife the power and turn against the guy, which is very strange. I'm surprised that the Mormon Church backs that based off their beliefs.
Yeah. So after she cancels the channel, okay, she starts. Ruby Frank basically becomes a therapist through Jodi, through like Jodi's own little course.
Yeah.
Okay. And they make their own like YouTube channel and podcast together. And she totally like defunks on her YouTube channel and stops posting to it. And she makes some videos saying that her kids were becoming like entitled and she was saving her kids by stopping the YouTube channel.
Okay, yeah, by stopping the channel and chaining them up and not feeding them?
Yeah.
Nice.
Right.
Sounds super logical.
So this whole channel is based around parenting advice and marriage advice and these set of principles that Jodi and Ruby like to preach. And it's all the same things I was talking about earlier, like everything's an addiction. And there's, it's just so strange. It's really strange because at face value, a lot of it sounds like healthy advice. But then as you dig deeper and you follow all their principles, you realize they're literally setting you up. Like, this sounds like a cult they're trying to start, to be honest.
Not surprising.
But yeah, it's... Okay, so... Connections... What is the channel called again? I don't know. I'll find it in a minute.
Yeah.
But, so...
Or I will have posted it on the screen.
Yeah. I want it for the audio listeners, too. But, man. Yeah, I thought I had it on here. I don't see it right now. Connections. In June 2022, Frank announced she was forming a new channel called Connections. So it's literally just Connections with a big X in the middle.
So spell it.
CONNE big X IONS. Yep. Yep, all about... It's just so ridiculous. Yep. So a lot of people were labeling it like a cult. They're kind of describing it as like a support group.
Yeah, it looks like it's taken down.
A mom's support group. It was taken down right after their arrest.
Oh, good.
Yeah, thank God. So, here's a description from Insider. Frank and Hildebrandt's channel caused concern straight away with onlookers labeling Connections a cult. It describes itself as a mom support group it claims to help treat those lost and stranded in the darkness of distortion, which is a key word for them. They call everything distortion. It's really weird. Which addictions, fear, sadness, and all other destructive behaviors derive from. All these things derive from distortion, but has been criticized as damaging, extreme, and authoritarian in its teachings. So I find it really interesting that clearly she was already abusive before meeting Jodi.
Yeah.
But it got so much worse after meeting her. And it's interesting that the cousin came out and said she was chained up and duct taped as a kid. And that these literal exact same things happened to her. So it's not just Jodi that is like telling her to do this. This is something that for some reason is repeated in multi-generations in Mormon families.
Whoa. What?
And it's hidden. That's what's coming out. And these camps for troubled kids. And all this shame around masturbating. Get your masturbate on. Like, stop it.
Yeah.
Stop. People can watch porn and masturbate without being addicts, okay?
Yeah.
So, anyway, In one video, Frank and Hildebrandt said parents should not love their kids unconditionally. In another, Frank gave multiple reasons children shouldn't be listened to and said they don't deserve privacy. They've also freely made homophobic, transphobic, racist, and ableist comments, which is another big thing that I have seen other therapists and, various mental health professionals talk about in this case, is the fact that she was so bigoted in a lot of her teachings, and that this is absolutely against the code of conduct for a therapist or mental health professional, that they take an oath and that they are not supposed to be biased like that. Yeah. And I totally agree, and obviously, like, she knows that if she's went to school for this, that she shouldn't be doing that. Yeah. But she's backed by the Mormon Church. Like, she works with Mormons, like, and they all, not all of them, clearly. I don't want to put them all in a box, because clearly there are Mormons out there that are good people and aren't doing these things. And shout out to you. But there's some kind of underground, okay, where these things are absolutely
very
happening.
Very culty, and yes.
Yep. But I find it, I mean, her eldest daughter, Sherry, literally cut off contact from her mom after all of this. And when you look at all the clips...
Good.
I know. When you look at the clips of their family channel, like, there's a lot of situations I saw where, like, she would go to film her kids and they would, like, run away, or they wouldn't be smiling. Like, they look miserable all the time.
That's so sad. So if you see that stuff happening on camera, what is happening off?
Right.
Sounds like a power-hungry situation that is destructive, self-destructive, and destructive to the people accountable to her, her children.
It's really, really sad. But I guess on the night of her arrest, her eldest daughter, Sherry, made a post on Instagram saying, of a police car saying, finally, and another saying, today has been a big day. Me and my family are so glad justice is being served. We've been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this, and so glad they finally decided to step up.
Wow. That is kind of scary, if that's what's been going on.
I know. Kids are safe, but there's a long road ahead. Please keep them in your prayers and also respect their privacy. And these are the posts right there.
Jeez. That's kind of terrifying. And hearing that this is just one we're seeing.
I know.
What about the ones that they help that we aren't seeing?
I know. And Jodi's had tons of people in her support groups and following this stuff. And there's, like, the weird Mormon part of it that I don't really understand, because I'm not Mormon and I'm not in that community. Mm-hmm. But like I said, I want to reference the channels that have been covering this, because they're doing a really good job. Like, a really, really good job. And I feel like Jodi is not, like, a Mormon person who's truly believing in these beliefs. I feel like she is manipulating their religion and taking advantage of it for her own benefit. I don't know if she gets off on controlling people's lives and destroying marriages, but she's got lots under her belt. Lots of destroyed marriages under her belt. And it's really sad. It
is sad. I just can't imagine the kids aspect. Like,
I know.
Dude, a kid is a blank chalkboard. They don't know up from down, left from right, until they're taught what is up, what is down, what is left, what is right. And these kids are having to deal with the one thing that everyone does understand, that's hunger. You know, it's something that you're going to feel whether you know what that means or if you're in control of it or not, and they're starving their kids by tying them up with chains and duct tape to the point where they're having like physical damage that you can see on their wrists and ankles. That's scary stuff.
And starving them to the point where you see physical damage.
That is terrifying.
This child literally climbed out the window to escape and went and knocked on the neighbor's door and begged for food and water and asked them to call the police. He literally said, "Call the police. I need help."
Wow.
It's so incredibly disgusting. And I couldn't, like I said, mainstream media wasn't talking about the Jodi aspect. They keep saying the business partner. They had this channel together. It was kind of messed up. But they don't go into the history of this woman. This woman has an extensive history of doing this kind of things with other families.
Yep. Ruining relationships.
She's a monster. I really suggest going and listening to that Steed interview on Hidden True Crime because he really gets into it, and you can tell he's a traumatized person, okay? But he really gets into it, and what he's saying is 100% from what I've seen factual because he is the only person that she's done this to thus far to have tried to get her held accountable.
Wow.
Like through the court and stuff. Like there's literally court documents of him with her sharing his medical information and all this stuff.
Wow.
So I believe everything he's saying, and based off of her teachings on the YouTube channel and things we've seen, everything he's saying checks out, especially with what was going on with Ruby.
Yeah, that's incredibly scary.
She meets her and then her marriage is over. And then the kids, like, are abused even worse?
Which, again, I go back to being so surprised because the man of the house is such an important idea in Mormonism. So, gosh, it's strange. It's really strange. And it makes me wonder if this is what we're seeing for, like, one of their own kids who are involved in this. How bad has it gotten with others? Do we have a history of children dying that we're going to be able to connect dots to here? Do we have... I would be curious to look at all of the people that she's been a therapist for. How many of them ended up getting a divorce?
Yeah.
How many of them ended up getting a divorce?
I want to know that too. I feel like this arrest has already been uncovering a ton of issues in the Mormon community, and the people who sought help from Jodi and Ruby now.
Yeah.
I feel like it's going to uncover a lot more. Like, a lot more.
Which is good. In these situations, if you're Mormon, like, great, I fight for your rights, but we got to be able to hold ourselves accountable to a high standard, especially in positions that have a power aspect to it, like a church, law enforcement, justice system, government, politicians, things like this, right? Nobody likes change, but things like this cannot happen. They cannot happen. Mm-hmm. These two people are monsters if they're letting it happen. This should not fall under one of those things where, like, well, I was manipulated by her into thinking that this was... No, these are children. These are humans. These are people that need you, literally not want, need you to be there for them and help them get through life and get into adulthood. And your teaching is to starve them and tie them up.
You want to know, after Steed and his wife were going to Jodi for marriage help, you want to know an example of that he gave of how delusional his wife was after going to her, and like she was following what Jodi was saying? He said they got into an argument and she called the police on him and told the police that he was abusing her. And they said, okay, well, how is he abusing you? He violated my boundary. And they were like, okay, like, how did he violate your boundary? She said, it was something he left on the couch that he didn't put away.
No.
Yes, and he said to like the police, like we're trying to explain to her how this is not abuse.
Oh my gosh, she was like mentally twisted that she thought abuse was him not putting something away in like a timely manner.
And that was violating her boundaries, and that means it's abuse.
Wow. Oh my gosh.
I know.
Jeez, that
I'm
feels
telling
fake.
you,
Like, that is gnarly.
You have to listen to his interviews, though, and
I'm excited to. I want to, because that is wild stuff, you guys.
He also talks, he's supposed to be going on another podcast, and I think it's called Mormon Stories?
Yeah, Mormon Stories podcast.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, Mormon Stories podcast, and he's supposed to be going on there. There's an interview apparently with Jodi's niece that I haven't got to listen to yet, but I want to. But there's another one with another channel, and they're ex-Mormons, and they go pretty deep into this stuff. And it's really interesting, and I suggest you check it out.
This video popped up called 8 Passengers Shocking Therapy Videos by Jodi under Mormon Stories podcast. It's 3 hours long and was posted 2 days ago. That must be it.
Yeah. That must be I don't think that's his interview.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the Steed guy, he's supposed to be going on Mormon Stories and doing an interview with them, or with him, the guy that runs it. But he did one on Hidden True Crime first, and I'm looking forward to listening to his interview. But they already have on Mormon Stories multiple videos about this case, and they do a really good job covering it. And I felt like I really got a better understanding of what was going on here than what the mainstream media has been reporting. And I feel like that's important. It's important to know the truth, that there's some kind of abuse being hidden in this community. And also, this woman has been abusing her position as a therapist to break up marriages and possibly assist people in abusing their children.
Yeah, that is wild. That is so wild. It sounds fake.
I know.
And maybe that's why news isn't covering it, because it's one of these things you hear and you're like, wait, what? No way. It sounds like something you're going to hear on the Inquirer or something, you know? It's like crazy.
I want to know what this woman's dysfunction is, Jodi.
Yeah.
Like, what is driving... Yeah. What is driving her to do this?
Her brain is distorted.
I think Steed also said in his interview that he basically said that she would kind of flip it into this, like, your addiction is the problem, not what you do. Like, basically turning it into your actions don't matter.
Okay. Strange.
Isn't your actions the only thing that
matter?
The
only thing that matters, yeah.
Like, she would...
You can't control your thoughts, but you can control what you do.
Right.
Yeah. That's crazy stuff.
It is really crazy.
Yeah.
Super crazy.
Yep.
Like, demented. Like, she is distortion.
Yeah,
that is who she is.
I know. Yep. She's causing the madness.
But, you know, I really hope these kids can get on the right track, and that their father will, you know, step up and take care of them, and that he is not a part of this or ever has been. I really hope not.
I hope so too.
Because clearly it was going on when he was still with her. The abuse was happening. It may not have been to this extent, but it was happening when they were together and doing their family channel.
Yeah.
So, you know, maybe that's why they're not with the dad. They're in state's custody, because there's proof that he was in the home while things were happening that were abuse. Because denying a basic need like food, that's absolutely abuse.
Oh, yeah.
Period.
Of course.
saying if you don't listen, you're not going to be able to eat dinner tonight. Abuse.
Yep.
And if he sat by and thought that was okay, then I don't think he's fit to be a parent.
I agree.
So, I mean, I hope there's some family out there that isn't involved in this and can help take care of the kids. Even if it's their sister, because clearly she made it out of it and knows all of these things are wrong. And maybe her, and I think there's a son that's also an adult now. So
it's a wild story.
It is, and I mean, I can't wait to see how this turns out with her in court. Like, because I'm sure they're going to plead not guilty, and I'm sure this is going to be a trial.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
But we should watch some of the craziness on the live stream.
Yeah, we should.
Because some of the videos are just nuts.
Yeah. We'll watch it. Be there.
Yeah, and let me know what you guys think about this case. If you know any more about this, I don't know, underground in the Mormon community with child abuse. I didn't know that existed.
I've heard of it before. But,
you have? But yeah.
Let us know. All right, so for my last story of tonight, I wanted to cover one of the topics that are super popular right now. I feel like a whole bunch of people are watching it, sitting on the edge of their seats. We have endless amount of live streams on it. That is the escape of the convicted murderer Danelo Cavalcante, and I'm sure I'm not saying that right, but I'm going to get it as close as I can. And you've heard about this, right? From Pennsylvania?
Yeah, we watched it on live stream.
Yeah, that's right. We did watch it on the live stream. We watched his escape on the live stream, which I'll post a picture here. It is so crazy.
Spider crawls.
Yeah, so feet on one wall, hands on the other wall, and then walks up the wall, you know? Some Spider-Man moves, but this guy is short, which probably made him able to do it. I don't know if a taller person could do it, too.
It depends, obviously, how wide, like how far apart the walls are.
Yeah. He's 5'2", so a very short man.
No, he's 5'9".
No, he's 5'2".
Are you sure?
100%, because we thought he was 5'0", and verified he's
right.
5'2".
Gosh, that is so short.
It's super short. Very, 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 very short. And he is a Brazilian native, so a Brazilian national. So, who is Danelo Cavalcante?
He said it different.
Yeah, I'm probably going to say it different every time. He's 34 years old, Brazilian national, and was convicted of first-degree murder in April of 2021, killing his former girlfriend, 33-year-old Deborah Brandau, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Now, Danelo, I'm not going to call him by his last name because I just don't want to have to say that every time. So, Danelo, which is the prisoner that escaped, has multiple murders under his belt, okay? He's wanted for a murder in Brazil where somebody tried to... It was like an issue between a car dealing or something like that. Trying to sell a car, something didn't go right, or maybe he was breaking in a car. Something to do with the car and another person, and he killed him. Ran, came to the U.S., had a disagreement, was in an abusive relationship with his then-girlfriend, which I'll post a picture if I can find it, but he ended up stabbing her like... Dude, I think it was like 28 times or something like that. And it was a gruesome, horrible murder of his girlfriend. So he got life behind bars. And not to mention that, you know he killed his girlfriend, his ex-girlfriend, in front of her 2 children.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, the evidence was...
demented.
I agree. And super dangerous. A super dangerous guy to be able to fly off the handles like that and take a mother's life in front of her 2 children. Like, what is going on up there, man?
In such a terrible, terrible way.
Horrible way. Multiple stabbings. More punctures than could be easily counted. I forget the exact number, but it was a lot, dude. It was way excessive, over the top. I mean, one's excessive, but it was like a lot more than normal, you know? So he did that in front of his 2 children, and the evidence against him was so concrete and slam dunk that it only took the jury 15 minutes of deliberation to return a guilty verdict.
Jeez.
Yeah. Super
Must set
fast.
a record or something.
Yep.
15 minutes.
Her daughter was 7 years old that witnessed it, and her son was 3 years old that witnessed it.
Oh my
So,
gosh.
yeah, awful.
Were they his kids too? Or
No.
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Nope. Yeah, so, okay, I did write it down. So, April 2021, Danelo went to Brando's home about 30 miles northwest of Philadelphia and stabbed her 38 times. 38 times in front of her 2 children. And the 2 had only been dating for about a year and a half.
Wow.
Yeah, so I wouldn't call that a long relationship. I guess, medium, mid-length relationship. But he felt confident enough to do something like that? I don't know. It didn't give a whole bunch of details of the relationship leading up to that, but it did say that they had a pretty toxic relationship, horrific pattern of domestic violence, and that's the outcome of it. So, yeah. So he came to the U.S. and is a former agricultural worker. He's also wanted for, here's that murder. So a 2017 murder of a 20-year-old man over a car repair debt in Brazil. The district attorney's office had said investigators learned that Danelo fatally stabbed Brando because she had learned about his open murder warrant in Brazil.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, man. And had threatened to expose him to police. So he was convicted of that, okay? We'll get caught up to where we are now. He was convicted of that. He was sentenced. He was in a Pennsylvania prison, and he got the chance at 9 a.m. in the morning in August 31st at 9 a.m. and did the spider climb up the wall, hopped down it, hopped over a couple fences.
Once the additional razor wire had been added to the escape route, following Igor Bolt's escape in May, it was determined by our security advisors that this one level of security was sufficient. In fact, what was perhaps overlooked was the fact that addressing the single point of physical countermeasure should have been bolstered by additional means. We are addressing that.
And is now on the run. For the last 10 days, he has been in the general area. I believe it's within a 5-mile radius of the original place that he broke out from. He was sentenced to life, so he was never getting out. He doesn't have a lot of options. The guy is extremely dangerous. And if you guys are from that area, I mean, one of the things that we talked about on stream is if you have family or friends in that area, I would check on them daily.
I would too.
I would call them and be like, yo, we need to have a code word that we text each other, you know, midday and at night to let us know we're okay. So if you don't text that code word to me or something, I know to come over there looking, because it sounds like, based on everything I was reading here, that he was going in houses. He has been caught on cameras, on trail cams of him carrying bags that he didn't leave with. He left the prison wearing his prison clothes, like a gray pants or a gray shirt and a dark colored pant, and has been caught a couple times. So you know that investigators saw him in person and started chasing him, and he got away from him.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah. He has also been found in somebody's basement, a man's basement, heard something in the basement. He went down there, turned on the lights, and was face to face with him. And he casually walked up the basement steps and out the house.
What?
Terrifying. So, August 31st, around 9 a.m., he escapes. September 1st, the very next day, U.S. Marshals join the hunt. So that's when things get serious. That is like U.S. Marshals' specialty is to hunt these guys down. They know everything that they need to do to get them found and caught, and have a very high success rate. They have helicopters out, they have drones out, they have dogs out, they have every law enforcement agent that they can pull together in the surrounding area. They're blocking all roads. There's live stream cameras all over. Like, this is a huge deal. Police are in every neighborhood on every road. So, like, it's just an amount of time of waiting. It's just when. When is it? When is he going to get caught up? Because they blocked pretty much every roadway. Now, I couldn't find anywhere that they're using like heat signature body cam, but there's no way that they're not doing that. They probably just don't want him to be alerted to it. Maybe. I don't know. You know. But a lot of helicopters and drones are outfitted with those things already, so why wouldn't you use them? But he's got away for 10 days so far.
Yeah, I mean, whatever he's been doing's been working. I know a lot of the locals feel like it's showing incompetency, like they feel like there's an issue here that he hasn't been caught yet, that it's...
Yeah.
Which I understand. It's scary. You have a convicted murderer running around your town, and like they can't catch him, and they've got him boxed into this 5-mile radius, and see him on cameras, but still can't get him. I
get it. I see where they're coming from with feeling like they're incompetent, but I do think that law enforcement a lot of times is a waiting game, right? Because they can't control where he's at, but they can control the area he's in, okay? So, you know, it's not like they can force him to give up from laying under a rock all day. He's got to come out where he can be seen. So as long as they control the area to where he won't be able to get out of that area, I think they're going to get him. I think they're doing the right things. I feel like we're moving the right directions here. The only thing in this entire situation that made me throw up a question mark here is not the amount of days, because everything's being done right, and I also understand there's a waiting time sometimes, but the one thing is they had to move their lockdown area once. They caught him on a trail cam, which was close to the edge or right on the edge of where their area was that they're controlling. So they had to move it over just a little bit, just a tiny bit. Now, that does seem like, well, okay, how did he get right there around that area and not get caught, you know what I mean? But he didn't get any further than that, so I guess that's a good thing. He has been able to pick up food in houses. Labor Day weekend, Danelo was spotted multiple times, and I think that's when that chase ensued. We have September 4th at 8:21 p.m. Danelo is seen on a trail cam. September 5th, search shifts south a little bit, what we were just talking about. September 6th, release security footage showing escape, and that's what we watched just the other night.
And it's wild.
It is wild, and I will try and post the video. I'll cut it out and post it on here so everyone can see what we're talking about. September 7th, search crews battle heat and humidity. So yeah, the search crews have been out there for a while with dogs and blocking roads, and even the news guy was complaining about how long he's been up out there, like 24-hour periods, you know. So but again, I go back to, I try and back police and law enforcement in any situation, anytime that I can. I feel like I'm seeing them do the right things. I don't know what else they could be doing. I don't know. We got drones. We got helicopters. We got planes. We got dogs. They're searching all the areas. Every road is blocked. There's police on every road. They're reaching out and communicating with people in the community. Like, I feel like they're doing everything, you know?
Yeah. The only thing is, if they have this 5-mile radius, why didn't they like evacuate people or anything? Like, if he's really dangerous and capable of murdering people.
That's a lot of people. I don't know if I've ever seen them evacuate places for this guy. Their main point that they continue to make is that don't approach him. If you see him, do not approach him. So call 911, do not approach him.
I don't know who would want to approach that man.
I mean, if you got a gun or something, that's a little bit
somebody
different.
Somebody might
but...
try to, like, play cop or something.
Yeah, one thing they did say is just, check your backyards, things like that. They've caught him on some cams in people's backyards, and alarms had been going off in like a really rich, nice area in town. Some alarms had been going off, like motion sensor alarms and things like that. So it sounds like he's been all over the place, like nonstop walking,
Yeah.
I wonder what he's doing in the daytime. He's got to get holed up in the daytime, and it's got to be outrageous. So if the search crews are battling heat, then he's battling the heat too.
Yeah, which is probably why in all the surveillance footage he doesn't have a shirt on.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so at 8:51 a.m., he escapes prison, crab walking up a wall, pushed his way through razor wire, and you can see one of his pieces of clothing on the razor wire when you watch that video. Run across the roof, scaled another fence, and pushed his way through more razor wire.
Ow.
Yeah.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Wait, he pushed his way through razor wire 3 times?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh my gosh.
Yep. Yeah.
How does he not have cuts all over him?
Maybe he does. Maybe he does. On the trail cams, he's shirtless. I don't see anything, but it's kind of hard to see something on the trail cams. So
the quality isn't like wonderful.
Right. So here's the spotting. So it was seen in a heavily wooded area, and he evaded capture. He was seen on surveillance cameras on Saturday carrying a backpack. On Monday, he was seen on a trail cam near Longwood Bottoms or Longwood Gardens, a botanical garden, which is further south. As a result, the attraction was closed Wednesday. Confirmed sightings in a township. Was spotted again near Longwood Gardens. So he's staying in the area, I think, in the vicinity, forcing a temporary lockdown. Yep. Ryan Drummond, who lives in the township, told the Times that he is 100% certain that he encountered him Friday evening after hearing a sound in his kitchen and finding a pair of doors cracked open. He saw a man carrying a bag leave his house after he turned on the light. He later discovered he was missing fruit, and when the police arrived, there was no one to be found.
Friday, even before we went to bed, we were all out on the deck, enjoying our Friday, and we were locking up the house because we knew that there was a prisoner on the loose, and we had this old French door that was off the side of our deck, and I really struggled to get it locked, and my daughter was very concerned. I said, don't worry, he's probably nowhere near here, and of course, why would he ever come to this door? So we end up going to sleep. I hear a noise at around 11:30. I walk out of the bedroom, and from my bedroom, I can look down. So I look down towards the living room, and the kitchen's off to the side. And I thought I heard a noise. I went back to my wife and I said, hey, I don't want to freak you out, but I think there might be somebody downstairs. Grab your phone. I went back out. I saw that the door was slightly ajar. That's when my stomach dropped. I ran down the hallway to make sure all my kids were accounted for. And when I came back, I could start to hear, a little bit of shuffling. So I grabbed any kind of weapon that I could. And ironically, the only thing that I had there was a picture frame of my wife and kids. And when I grabbed it, I did like a Frisbee motion. Should I go over the head? And in that moment, I realized how ridiculous this is. Here you have this guy who's a murderer surrounded by steak knives, because we did have steak that night. And I looked to my left and saw the light switch and decided to flick the light switch on and off 3 or 4 times. And there was a little bit of a pause. And then he flicked the light switch back at me from the kitchen. So that was kind of the acute moment of terror. I turned to my wife. I said, he's downstairs. Call 911 right now. And at that point, there was a little bit of a pause. And, I wasn't sure if he was going to come up the steps, in which case I would, have to go down and there would be a confrontation. And in that moment, I saw him walk out of the kitchen. into the living room, not even running, just kind of walking methodically. He had a white shirt, white bag, white hat, and he went out that French door. And by that time, I was on the phone with the police, and they arrived moments later.
Ryan, real quick, because I'm limited on time. Do you think that he was signaling to you, stay where you are and nobody gets hurt? Is that what you interpreted that flick of the switch to be?
I do. I mean, I flicked to let him know I know you're downstairs, and I feel like he was flicking back going, yeah, I'm here. So I think you're on it there, Mike.
A lot of local businesses, quick final thought. This has been devastating for local businesses that have had to close. You've got one top of mind. What is it?
Carco. We have a gas station, convenience store. There's not a lot around here. So he stayed open. He supported the cops. He's given them Gatorades, let them use the air conditioning as refuge. And he's lost, at this point, 9 days of customers. And I feel for the guy. And anybody local, yeah, hope they can support him.
And then the other guy with the basement, wild stuff. You guys are from the area, just stay safe. I wanted to touch on this to let you guys know that we are watching this. We did hear about this even just 2 days after it started. A couple people asked us to talk about it, so I figured it would be a good topic just to touch on. The guy is super dangerous, so I just hope nobody out there thinks that they're going to be like some pull the old white knight, grab the guns and get out there. It's just it's not worth it. It's not worth it. The U.S. Marshals are BAs, you guys. Let them do their job. Let them take this guy down. He has a couple murders under his belt. They aren't playing around.
No, and I do think they're doing all the things. Like, clearly they are putting a lot of resources and time into this. Like, a lot. And I understand people's frustrations, obviously. Like, this is terrible. But, I mean, what else can they really do?
I can't think of anything else that they could do other than just creating systems to where the surrounding people can be safer. That's my number one concern, right? Because he's a convict. He's in for life. So whether he goes down in a blaze of glory or not, I guess it doesn't really matter. But the people that he's interrupting their lives and their safety, we should just be focused as much as possible on keeping those people safe, in my opinion. But
yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah. Let us know what you guys think, how you feel about the current search. Do you feel like they're doing anything they can? If you don't feel like they're doing everything they can, what else could or should they be doing? I know we have some viewers that are law enforcement on here or attorneys. We have a good range of different viewers, so I would love all your opinions and your thoughts on it. So, yeah, stay safe out there, Pennsylvania.
Lock your doors. Get a security camera.
Get a dog.
Yeah, get a dog.
And a gun.
A dog and a gun. So, remember last week, and I think it was the week before, we covered Rachel Morin, the mother of 5 in Bel Air, Maryland, who unfortunately was murdered on the Monpaw hiking trail.
Horrible murder.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad.
Super violent with a giant rock, man. Like
we're assuming, okay? We don't know for sure, but yeah, it seemed like she was a victim of opportunity. Now, there's been very little updates. Last week, we talked about the family working with a criminal profiler who gave us some additional details when we got that flyer. And they were talking about how he most likely knew somebody in the area. Like, they had some traits of him being, like, narcissistic and stuff. And I found something really interesting, and I had never watched this channel before, but it's called The Interview Room.
Okay, I've heard of that channel, but I don't know if I've watched it before. Well, the
guy used to work in LA for like a lot of years, and he's in law enforcement. He was in law enforcement in some way. I don't remember exactly what he said he did. I think he might have been some kind of investigator. I don't remember, but he has a lot of experience in the area that the LA crime took place. With the child?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking about, yeah.
So...
Because there's two main crimes. We could probably explain it for maybe somebody's watching that didn't watch our original video. I will have posted on the screen by now.
So there was the Rachel Morin case recently that I just described. She was found on Paw Trail, mother of 5. She was... supposedly beaten in the head, maybe allegedly with a rock. This is based off of witness account, basically. To the media, the police don't want to talk about the details of the scene, but she was naked next to like a big drain, it looks like a tunnel, and there was significant blood trail, like she had been dragged from the trail to this drain area, and she went missing that night because she was going for a jog. She told her boyfriend she was going for a jog and then never came back, and then he called the 911 later that night, and the search ensued, and then the next day is when she was found. It's really tragic, but so they had no leads. They had no idea who could have done this. They started looking at the boyfriend, and, well...
They did all the right things, because it's normally the boyfriend or woman or wife.
Yeah, I have no issue with that. I'm just saying it was absolutely not the boyfriend. They ended up finding DNA on her body and running it through CODIS and finding a match, but we still don't know who the guy is. He's just linked to a crime in LA that involved a child, where they said he broke in and assaulted this child. They said it wasn't in a sexual manner, but...
we just wonder if it could be
they're extremely tight-lipped about it. That's the thing.
Because it's an underage child.
Well, underage, and they're still investigating it. The investigation is still open with that one, and Rachel Morin's case. So they're not wanting to talk about it at all. They just said it was an abuse of a child, or assault of a child, and that he broke in the home, and they gave us the security camera footage that showed his back and a side profile, and we found out he's Hispanic, and I forgot the details, but I'll post them here on the screen. Anyway, moving on. So, the interview room, he did a really good job, I feel like, talking, like, I feel like he gave me more details on the LA case than we had before.
Than law enforcement did?
Yeah. So,
I mean, experts a lot of times can piece together stuff even
I feel like they did piece together some stuff. Because also the Hartford County Sheriff also came out and said that he believed he is on his way to being a serial killer. Yeah. And that we're probably going to have more bodies.
Yep.
So,
a guy with nothing to lose.
The interview room, I feel like, did a great criminal profiling on this guy, basically. Like, I feel like he added a lot of details, him and also a doctor that goes on his show and another guy that was in law enforcement, too. They had 2 streams that I watched about this, and they compared him to Richard Ramirez, which I think was a great comparison.
Wow, yeah.
Fantastic comparison.
Yes.
And they also showed the escalation, like how it can begin, with breaking into homes, being a peeping Tom, watching people while they sleep, the somnophilia thing.
Yep.
And he actually talks about people, serial killers, who started with that. And they'll break into homes to get comfortable with, like, figuring it out and having, like, this godlike power over a person. And it'll suddenly escalate to, like, what happened to Rachel Morin.
Yeah.
Where, was he trolling that trail? Or did he run into her at the gym or, like, the grocery store?
Opportunistic? Yeah.
Right. So I think it was... She clearly, I think, was a victim of opportunity.
Yeah. I agree.
The question is, was there any connection? Was there any link? Or was he literally out there walking the trail looking for a victim?
Yeah.
Because that may be an important distinction, whether or not he was actively looking and trolling the trail to victimize, like, you know, to hurt somebody.
Yeah.
Or which is partly why I think that case in LA, the assault may have been sexual, because Rachel was naked, head damaged, not the lower part, like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
So
I do.
I feel like there's a big possibility that the other one was sexual in nature, and they're just not saying it. But anyway, so the LA crime happened in the 77th Division, South Central Los Angeles. And he did a great job talking about how, like, the gangs and the demographics in this area, this is not, like, a great area to be in. It is a hostile environment. If I were to go walking down there, if you were to go walking down there, if we are not Latino or black or part of, like, a gang, okay?
Yep.
Like, these gangs in these neighborhoods are incredibly tight-knit. They know everybody that's walking through their streets.
Yep.
They know what's up. So I thought it was so interesting. There are 20 gangs, okay? Only 2 of them are Latino.
Okay.
We think he's Latino.
Yeah. Okay.
So is he from the area? Because he can't just go walking down the street in one of these areas.
Yeah. Without being known.
Without being known. Yes. Or if they don't know him getting messed up.
Yeah. Yeah. Not always, but most of the time, yes.
Okay, but they also talk about the fact that he walks out of the victim's house without a shirt, and, like, how that signals confidence.
Yeah.
He goes walking out into the neighborhood casually after this without a shirt.
Yeah. Yeah. I didn't think about that, but you're right. Yeah. That's interesting for sure.
So they basically think that he's probably from the area or has family in that area, but most likely from the area down there. Like, that's where he grew up, most likely. And that he probably walked to the crime scene. So therefore, like, he had to have been living in a decently close vicinity to the crime scene, most likely. Because in this area, he's literally surrounded by gangs that will be hostile towards him.
Yeah.
There's only 2 Latino gangs out of 20.
Yeah. That's great evidence, I think. I think that is a really good thing to point out.
I really hope the police are looking at it like this, because I feel like that could help narrow it down.
I agree.
Like,
I
by a lot.
absolutely agree. And I think that depending on the gang and the rules and how they manage their gang, a gang could give somebody up, you know, instead of allowing their women or children to get hurt.
Yes, which is another thing that they said, actually, that they don't think he's a gang member. And they said that gangs would not allow this to happen in their neighborhood, and a gang member would not do it like this in their own neighborhood.
No.
So most likely he's not a gang member. He also has no tattoos.
Yep.
Meaning he's an ordinary guy, from what they said, who can get himself in unordinary places.
Yep. Yep.
And he does look athletic, not like bodybuilder, like he's lifting weights, but somebody said that his build and his shape looked like he was someone who, like, ran or did something that had a lot of cardio.
I'll have to look at that again.
Yeah.
I haven't thought about that, but yes.
Yeah, because he's lean, but he's not built.
Yeah, I agree.
But he looks
He's in
like
shape, though,
he
for
looks
sure.
in shape,
Yep.
absolutely.
Well, just by how his shoulders look and the triangle shape, yeah.
So, So I thought that was really interesting with the gangs, the neighborhood, and all of that, and the fact that he is probably either really familiar with it or from there, and then after the crime, he takes off across the country, okay? So he probably knows somebody over there, which also signals that he's not in a gang.
Yeah.
Because they don't typically just, like, run across the country. You know what I mean? Like, that's a bit odd. So, this is something we talked about last time too, is that he probably knows somebody there. That's what the authorities keep saying, is that he probably has family or somebody he knows in that area that he was staying there with.
I wonder if the police have gone so far as to go door to door. No, I'm serious. Sometimes police work, that might feel old school, but sometimes good police work has come out of, like, feet to the street, talking to people door to door.
I mean, I agree with you.
Imagine if you're him staying at a friend's house and this friend is already so scared, but because you're there, just not willing to turn you over, and then a police officer knocks on your door, and then all of a sudden they're thinking, whoa, I could be considered a criminal for this. Hiding and abetting.
Yeah. I mean, it's not a bad idea. I mean, they can't go, like, knocking on every door in the city, so they have to be able to narrow it down somehow.
Yep.
I wonder if he was staying near the Ma and Pa trail. I wonder if, like going door to door, in that area, because they also said that the Ma and Pa trail, like where Rachel went missing, is actually really close to the jail. Like, only, like, 2 blocks from the jail. I don't know what relevance that is. I don't even honestly know why they brought it up, but it could have relevance, I guess.
Yeah. Have they checked the jailhouse logs, maybe, to see if he visited someone there?
Right? I don't know.
Like a parent in jail,
That's a
or...
good point, but I don't know. Anyway, moving on. So... the doctor on his show, he's a frequent guest. I'm blanking on his name right now. He said he believed that September is going to be an incredibly dangerous time with this guy. September specifically.
Why?
Because of the cool down period.
Okay.
This is his job, okay? He looks into criminals like this, studies their psychology and stuff like that. I think that he said he worked with the original Mindhunter, or one of them.
Okay.
So he was kind of looking at how he went from the LA crime, ran to a comfortable place, got comfortable, and then escalated, like literally so fast.
Yeah.
And he's basically saying now he's going to be trying to move to a place where he's comfortable again. He's probably going to only do it at night. And for whatever reason, September specifically, he thought would be a really dangerous time. And he also talked about, like, how he's Hispanic, and if he is, say, illegal or something, he may be trying to run back to Mexico. And they're talking about his route, that he would go from Maryland, 95 south to Atlanta, and then on the 10 to Houston, and then McAllen in Mexico.
Yeah. So to keep extra eyes on there if you can, or police, sometimes they have those electronic billboards, and have that image on those.
I hope they have his image all over billboards on the way down there.
Agreed.
But I know that the cops did track something to, like, Chicago, and were investigating leads there. We don't know that they have found anything.
We don't know if they don't already have his name.
Yeah, we don't know.
It's very possible, and they just haven't said anything yet.
Mm-hmm.
Because they don't want him to know. They want him to get comfortable, figure out where he's at, and bam.
Well, he was talking about the evolution, that and I've heard this from several people, they think he is going to evolve quickly. Like, he already has begun it.
Yeah.
And he's going to evolve very quickly. So he went from the child thing, and they think he doesn't have a victim preference.
Okay.
Weird.
That is weird because I don't feel like we have a good second victim to compare to the first being Rachel. I know the child is considered victim 1 before the escalation, and we see it all the time where they focus on older person, a child, somebody they know they can have physical power over if something goes wrong, and then they like, okay, I could do it here. Now I can do it to a normal person.
Yeah, it was interesting, though, because Rachel was like a gym rat, dude. She was, like, not your average, like, woman. She was incredibly fit and strong.
She was.
And strong. Like, she had muscles.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that he picked her specifically for this. Like, I wonder why. But
opportunity.
Yeah, and they keep talking about how their profile of him is that he was most likely raised by predominantly a mother with a distant father and started watching porn very early and probably watches a lot of porn of like a violent nature, and his sexuality is literally driven by violence and the hatred of women.
Yeah. I can see it. It's just hard for me to get a good beat on him and who he is with his MO with only having Rachel and a child we know nothing about. We don't know how that child looks, the hair color, nothing. Like, nothing at all. And we don't know what really happened there. All we know is we see a child's arm closing the door. So, like, was it consensual and turned into something not? Was it, you know what I mean? Like, what were these things? And I don't think we're gonna know, and that's okay with that, with it being a child, but it would help understand, was that child also blonde? So, you know, the MO is blonde. Was that child an athletic blonde? So we have a connection to athletic blondes. Like, you know what I mean? Just some possible connections to an MO.
Yeah. I mean, I think the victimology is important usually. I wonder, I don't know if I know of a serial killer who didn't have a preference, though.
Yeah, I think Night Stalker.
You think he didn't have a preference?
Yeah, I don't think he had an MO.
Interesting.
And there's another one, too. I just can't put my finger on it. Yeah. But usually there's some kind of MO, even if they don't have like a visible looks preference. It could be couples, it could be sleeping couples, it could be, you know what I mean? Like there's something there normally that you can draw a connection to and make a connection to in some way, even if it's a behavioral connection versus a physical connection and things like that. But yeah, you don't know if you only have one person to go off of.
If he escapes to Mexico, I didn't know this, but they talked about the Mexican Federal Penal Code under Article 4 allows for the domestic prosecution of Mexican nationals who commit crimes in a foreign country. In this case, the United States, and flee to Mexico in search of a safe haven from prosecution. Everything has to be translated as a 24-hour clock starts upon custody of capture to Mexico. So literally, if all of his stuff is not translated to Spanish, he could get off on it. What?
If he goes to Mexico.
Yes.
Yeah. They should just be translating everything to Spanish, too.
Yeah.
It's so easy now with Google Translate. Come on. That better not be a reason. But I will tell you that Mexico is usually pretty good about working with us for criminals. And I feel like this was gruesome enough and has enough media attention that if it went that route, I do feel like we would follow up with this. I really, really do.
Yeah.
So.
I think it's important for literally everybody to keep their eyes peeled for this guy. He could totally be disguising himself or changing his appearance, but there are basic facts of who he is that won't change.
He will
and
be
that
bald.
He is 5'9", 160 pounds, probably Hispanic, and
he will
you
be
can look at
bald
his-
by now because
you
if
think
you
so?
oh for sure because if you look at his hair, he has that bald line where he did like a zero or shaved or whatever, and the only other change that you could make would be to cut it all bald.
Yeah.
And when you go bald, it truly changes the shape of your face. It changes the shape of your face. So, like, if I was a criminal and I needed to be on the run, I would go bald.
I mean, it makes sense for
So.
a man anyway. I mean, it totally makes sense.
Absolutely.
But I mean, yeah, I thought the whole thing about like the neighborhood and he's probably from that area.
The gang updates, I think that's incredible.
Yeah, I thought it was for sure. And I mean, I'm still going to keep following this. I just hope everybody is keeping their eyes out. And I think this is important information to help identify him, you know?
Mm-hmm. I do. And
hopefully, like, somebody in one of these areas that knows him will say something.
Yeah, going back to the same thing we always say, if you see something, say something. It sounds so simple. It sounds so dumb. But the thing is, there's a lot of people out there that see stuff and don't say stuff because they're worried about looking dumb, feeling dumb, having someone on the other line be like, why are you calling us, you know? And that... Come on, like, we got to get over those kinds of fears. And if you see something that you're even a 1% unsure about, say something. You never know what it could come out to, you know? I had one situation in my past where something happened around me and I didn't call when I should have, and I regretted it for a long, long, long time. So I just try very hard to not put myself into a position where I'm ever wondering, what if? Like, should I have called? You know, take it off your plate. Put it on law enforcement's plate and let them do the job that they're paid to do. And the only way that they can do that is you giving the information over to them and then letting them do their stuff. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's incredibly important. I've been in several situations where, I was dealing with something really awful and people saw it or friends were, and they didn't do anything or say anything, and a lot could have been avoided if they did. It's really, really, really important. And the fact that this guy is incredibly dangerous.
Yep.
Like, from everything, every criminal profiler, law enforcement, everybody I've seen has said, this is a serial killer. Like, he is escalating and going to become a serial killer. Like, I don't know how they all know this so well. Like, I see signs, but it's incredible, like, how they can put that stuff together.
Yes, absolutely.
You know what
it's
I mean?
because humans are repetitive animals. We all are very similar to each other and do very similar things. So when somebody has a dysfunction, more than likely, statistically, it's because of the similar reasons why. So that's why I love statistics. And if I don't know something for sure, like didn't see it with my own two eyes, normally I always lean on the statistical value of that situation to create my deduction, theory, preference, opinion, whatever. But yeah, no, it's good.
That's not how my brain works, but
Yeah.
So one thing I forgot to mention really fast is that I didn't notice. Did you notice he had a device in his pocket when he was walking out the door?
Mm-mm.
People were saying they thought he was like a mailman and that was like a thing to scan packages. I thought it was just like, I think it's just a cell phone, but who knows? But if you go back and watch the video of him leaving the LA house, you'll see something glows in his pocket.
He's wearing joggers.
Yeah.
So, like...
people are saying they thought it was, like, post office pants. But to me, it looks like sweatpants.
Post office pants, really?
That's what some people were saying, yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. I think that... Oh, wait. Maybe they aren't joggers?
Oh. Yeah, I don't know now.
They kind of look like they could be like Dockers or Dickies.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting. I'm going to have to go back and look because I could have swore it was joggers, you guys. I could have swore that I saw a band at the ankle. And, yeah.
Yeah, but he has a device in his pocket.
Interesting. Very interesting.
It is interesting.
I'm surprised we missed that.
Wonder if his device connected to the home's router.
Right? Or check all the open Wi-Fis in the area. Or if you know that he's there during that time, why are they not triangulating the device? You can tell which devices were there at a certain time as long as you have enough triangulation to determine within a certain amount of feet, like less than 10 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and they're in an area. I would assume they have like enough cell phone towers to
In LA,
do that. Yeah.
In LA, yeah, absolutely.
So they can like literally look at cell phone tower data, and even if they don't have your phone or know who you are, they can like find out every phone that was in that exact area.
With enough towers, yeah. With enough towers, for sure.
Wow.
Yep. Keeps track of that stuff, the MEID and IMEI and all that good stuff. So
interesting.
Yes.
But yeah, let us know what you guys think, and if you've shout out to the interview room. I really like his channel. I just found it, and I feel like he is incredibly intelligent when it comes to stuff. Like, clearly he worked in it for a long time, and I really liked his personal insight from working in this area as law enforcement, and it was, I don't know, interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. But as always, let those thoughts riot in the comments below.
Yeah,
Yes.
don't unless it's in the comments.
Yes. All right, you guys, and that is it for our show tonight. This is Thought Riot Podcast, your favorite crime show podcast.
Thing.
It's
a thing.
Crime show, crime talk show,
We're a
podcast.
true crime talk show. Okay?
We are, I know. Yeah, no, it's great. And we censor nothing.
And talk about nothing.
Yes, exactly. But we're glad you made it this far. And make sure you let us know what you think about our videos. Hit that like button, dislike button, leave a comment, subscribe, whatever you think our show deserves. We love input. We love comments. If you have additional stories, if you have situations you were a part of, a close family member, a friend that was a part of a crime, or a situation that is a personal story, we'd love to talk to you. Reach out to us at ContactThoughtRiot at gmail.com, and we'll be in touch with you through there.
Or if you just have a tip, an inquiry,
yes,
a suggested case
idea,
or more information on another case, like, because we like to go back and revisit cases just like we did with Rachel Morin and Koberger. Like, we like to dig deeper into them.
Absolutely. And make sure you come check us out on our live stream, 9 p.m. to 11 p.m., Sunday, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Central Standard Time. That is Chicago time, baby. And be there or be square.
I was going to say that.
Oh.
You stole my line.
Thank you for being here. We love you all. This is Brendan with Thought Riot Podcast.
Rude. And I'm Leah with Thought Riot Podcast.
Yes, and we are out. See you next time.
See you next time. Awkward bye.